Honk. That's what I'm talking about. What's going on, everyone? Welcome, Arvanauts. Welcome, everybody, to a Saturday stream. It is April 15th, 2023, in the year of our Lord, etc., etc., and I hope everyone is looking forward to what I expect to be a fun session today of Sorcery 4, Part 4, The Crown of Kings, as we continue our search to get back to that bastard Archmage and take that dude down after what he did to us the last time. That is our plan, and I am very excited to be able to do that tonight. I'm excited that I'm able to get in my stream, and that actually this week, during which my wife has been away, actually did not have a whole lot of stream disruption. Has not been, and it's been fine. It has not always been the easiest week in some ways, and I've been quite busy doing a whole ton of stuff running around during it, but we have managed to get through, and so I'm going to be picking my wife up from the airport this evening. So we're going to be running today until about, my guess is about 10:30-ish or so, somewhere around there. It might be, we might do 3 hours. It might get to 10:45, because after that I have to head out. She's getting in late, by the way, in case people are curious. And are like, wow, when you're going to pick her up? Because I'm going to be ending up picking her up somewhere around midnight is when she's getting in. But obviously, I've missed her and the family's missed her, and it's going to be good to have her back. And it seems like it was an amazing time. Like, she sent a video of dolphins and the whole bit. So it seems like it did what she wanted it to do, which was to be super restful and, the longest break that she's had from, the kids completely since I think little Arv was born. I mean, I think it's literally been like 15 years since she's had that long. It's going to be great. So, well, sorry, Echo, can't do that. Got stuff I got to do. Yeah, so I'm very excited about all of that. So, just a couple of reminders about ways to support us on the channel. If you haven't done so, please follow the channel. Please check out our YouTube at !ArvTube, Discord at !ArvCord, Twitter with !ArvTweets, website arvanelleron.com, financially !ArvShop for the merchandise area, which is under construction, !ArvTrayon for the Patreon. That really is the financial backbone of the channel. So we would love to see that number head back up and in the right direction. So hopefully folks can do that if they can, because that gets stuff not only for the channel as a whole with channel goals, but also can get you some cool stuff individually too. So let's move it up in that direction. And yeah, you're right about that, Echo. It is, we do not know what's going to happen in this game for sure. So we got that going on. And then of course the subscribing to the channel is always appreciated. So please consider doing that. You can get those custom sub badges and emotes to use here, there, and everywhere across Twitch, and of course inspirations to help with our players as they play their tabletop games. Tabletop stuff, as I said, was slightly lighter this month just because of a variety of scheduling things, but don't worry, you're going to get a whole lot of it as the month continues, and certainly moving into next month, because we have got ArvCon is imminent, and we've got a lot of cool D&D stuff, or D&D related stuff, I should say, associated with that. So that's going to be cool. Let's see, what else did I want to mention? Obviously on the publishing side, Icarus for my graphic novel from Athos Arts, Library for my Tales and Tomes in the Forbidden Library, my 5e adventure and source book from Alligator Alley Entertainment, and Greyshade, which is my novel Greyshade that came out last year, from Athos Arts, and has been now named as a finalist in the IBPA Benjamin Franklin Awards for 2023. Very excited about that in science fiction and fantasy. So we'll find out whether it's a gold medalist next month, but we already know it's a silver medalist, so that is super exciting. You can get that. You can also pre-order the sequel to that book, Renegade, coming out later this year. You can pre-order Heretic, coming out next year, which will conclude the Grey Assassin trilogy. You can pre-order the tabletop role-playing game being done by Brandon O'Brien. That'll be out later this year. And you can pre-order, of course, the audiobook by Trent Sparks, which should be out, which should be out soon. So TM. So definitely make sure you check that out. And as always, BLM, Black Lives Matter, important to affirm and assert the significance and importance of Black lives, Help Now, the World Health Organization page on suicide prevention. Very important to reach out to others when you need help and reach out to others when they need help as well. And Ukraine, to help the people of Ukraine as they fight back against an illegal and illegitimate war with bravery and courage, and send the message that we will do so for others when they are in this situation as well. Last but certainly not least, Point Klein. This is for my D&D event, which is the live kickoff event of ArvCon 2023 to benefit the Damon Runyon Cancer Research Foundation. Thursday, May 25th at 6 p.m. Eastern at the Klein Memorial Auditorium in Bridgeport, Connecticut. We are very excited for this, and we have been building up and promoting it and talking about it. And it is now, 10 days. And so what's that about? So 4.5, about a little over 5.5 weeks until this event launches. And again, this is the first time they've ever hosted something like this. As far as I know, it's the first time there has been a live Dungeons and Dragons event on stage in front of a live audience ever in Southern Connecticut that I'm aware of. And so I'm very excited about that. Again, $5 tickets will get you in the door if you want to watch it in person. If you're not able to watch it in person because you don't live nearby or whatever, then you can always do the digital one. Again, it's $5 tickets for that too, because it will be live streamed, and all of that is going to benefit the Klein Memorial Auditorium and especially the Damon Runyon Cancer Research Foundation. And that will launch ArvCon 2023. I have now reached out to sponsor companies, and I am happy to say that the sponsor companies are already starting to roll in. I will be able to make an announcement about that probably at the beginning of May is when I will announce the sponsor companies. But already I have had 3, I believe, companies that have come back to us and said, yes, we're definitely down for that, and have offered various things. So I'm excited that we have sponsors starting to show back up, and we expect to have even more. We had 8 sponsors last year. I would expect to have around that, if not a couple more, as we, get closer to the event. So that's very exciting. So the Klein, ! Klein for that. And again, if you have either of these flyers, if you are able to put up either of these flyers, if you're somewhere in the tri-state area and you want to put them in a game store or a library or something like that, that would be much appreciated. Or I can send you those flyers in the mail, or I can send you digital copies of these if you just want to be able to post them on some Discord servers and things like that for people who live out of the country or not near the tri-state area in the U.S. and would like to be able to have people support that event as we go to ArvCon 2023, which is our 9th annual edition. Can you believe next year is the 10th ArvCon? It sort of boggles my mind, I think. But anyway, so that's what we've got going on. Last note about schedule, we'll be off tomorrow and Monday, but on Tuesday I'll be back with the Patreon-fueled chat-chosen game of the month, which is The Murder of Sonic the Hedgehog. We will discover who murdered the Sonic the Hedgehog, apparently. I've heard that this game is pretty funny, so I'm looking forward to trying that out. And then we will be over on GOG.com's Twitch channel with D&D with GOG Ghosts of Saltmarsh. So that is going to be something good as well. Yes, that's true. And thank you, Emily. And also welcome to Echo, and welcome to Emily, and welcome to everyone who is here checking out the stream. And with no further ado, I'm going to get rid of this, and I'm going to put on that. Hello, everyone. Good to see you all. That's a little yellowish. Let's get this a little more better. Now we see the violence inherent in the system. Okay, that's better. Hi, how's everyone doing? I hope everyone's doing well. And yeah, I hope you folks are looking forward to our session today. I'm excited for this game. And again, for those of you who did not hear me talk about this before, the deal with Sorcery right now is we're going to be playing this game tonight, and we're going to be playing it for, as I pop up my calendar, we're going to be playing it as well next Friday, so Friday the 21st. And then the last session that we have of this, I think we have one more session put in here that I'm not seeing because there's going to be one other switch. So basically, I think we have about 3 sessions of this left, 2 to 3 sessions, depending on how we get. Sorry, Echo. I happen to like the color of this shirt, I have to say. I kind of I think it looks good, but I apologize for choosing something other than, the greatest of all jerseys. I try to, shift and move them around, but my apologies if I've offended the soccer sensibilities, the football sensibilities. So we're going to play this for a couple more times, but as I mentioned, if we don't make substantial progress where we're still a good distance away, rather than put it on hold, play Jedi Survivor, come back to this game, I don't want to do that. I would rather just finish. So what I'm hoping for is that we can actually, what I'm going to do if we don't make significant progress is I will play through on stream and off stream and basically get us to where we'll be able to finish it with a final session, and make it so that we can actually hit the ground running with Jedi Survivor, because as much fun as I'm having with this game, I said all along that I am excited to get into Jedi Survivor when it releases, which I believe is April 28th. And then we have, after Jedi Survivor, we're looking at, I think, Styx. Yeah, Styx Master of Shadows, and then the Suikoden 1-2 remaster, although that will partially depend on what happens with Live A Live, which is getting, or Live A Live, which is getting a remake, which I might be interested in, East Shade, and then there's other stuff that's sort of down there depending on things that are happening. So we know for sure Jedi Survivor, probably Styx Master of Shadows, and then I'll have to play around a little bit, but we'll see what happens in terms of the video games that we play. But for right now, the time has come for us to play this, and I'm also happy to say that thanks to Effect Life, we have an updated Arcanus bot, or excuse me, ARVbot, not Arcanus bot, ARVbot. And what has been updated is that we can now, one, transfer the question function on the bot into polls. So in the future, when I do Patreon, like Fueled Chat Chosen Game of the Month, people can do their nominations. Then once they nominate, I can just click a button. It'll jump over to the polls, and then people can actually vote on that. So that's really cool. But the thing that I'm even more excited about for what we're doing in here, as I move over to this, what I'm even more excited about is, let's see, what is this? No, that's there. What? What are you talking about? It failed. Hold on a second. Hold on. Yeah. What is also happening is, where's my polls button? There we go. Is this. So you can see that we have our normal setup, right? But check out this fancy thing. All right, so you can see test 1, test 2, test 3, test 4, test 5, test 6, right? So check this out. Let's say that I then want to shift around the order of these questions. I simply pull this up, drag it underneath the one I want to replace it under, and we get that moved around. So let's say I want test 5 to go right under test 2. So to go between test 2 and test 3. Dum, 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 dum. Boom. Test 5 is now between test 2 and test 3. So Effect Life has made it that we can move this around now, and we can actually change the order of questions, which should help speed things up in certain circumstances considerably, which is pretty cool. What if I want to put test 1 between 6 and 4? No problem. 6, 1, 4. And it keeps the order of everything up as well. So I think that's super cool. And again, I want to thank Effect Life for doing that extra work, and the work on ARVbot, because yeah, it's pretty awesome that we're able to do that. Okay, so let's get rolling here with the thing. As I fire up the game, and we get ready to keep on cruising. Okay. Oop, hold on a second. What have we got? We got all of this stuff is not important. We have now complete. Ah, yes, those are just like shader things. Okay, great. So Sorcery 4 and play. Another thing I like about this game is how fast it loads. Zip. And there we are. Okay. So in our last session, we did a whole bunch of stuff. And let me actually zoom out to say, what we decided to do. So when we went up to find the Archmage the first time, a couple sessions ago, he basically bamboozled us. But it wasn't our fault. He has the Crown of Kings, which makes it basically impossible to attack him unless we can suppress the effect long enough to do what we need to do. And the only way to do that is to find some way of counteracting the magic. And we do have one way that we know which counteracts the magic, which is that in the prison, somewhere in here, is Jan the Minimite. And Jan the Minimite is, Minimites have put out this anti-magic field. So basically, Jan the Minimite would make it so that we would be immune from the effects of the Archmage. We kill him, we get the Crown of Kings, everyone goes home happy. Problem is that Jan is behind a locked jail cell without a key. And we don't have that key yet, and we also don't know exactly whether or not we're going to be able to. We need to get the key. We need to go back up and get the library book. We need to do a couple of things before we can get back up to the Archmage and be immune to his effects. So what we're doing right now is looking around, looking for ways to counteract that, or looking for a jail cell key that would be useful against Jan. So we went back down here. We went through this office of the guard. The guard captain basically threw us into this jail cell with an oddly uninterested hobgoblin jailer. We looked out in the cells. We searched a couple of places. Eventually, we managed to get out of the jail cell. Went back up, got a couple of things from the captain's office, came back, we released all the prisoners too, then ended up killing the jailer again, we just ran them through, and then ended up floating from one of the cells down here to this tower. We went over, we touched this, which gave us almost like a crystal ball kind of effect, came back up here, and then we came to here, and I don't entirely remember, I'm trying to remember what the heck happened at this other... Oh, this is right. This is the one that was that had the it's an invisible tower, and we basically couldn't get into the tower effectively with what we had. So, having said all of that, we're now here in this tower, and we don't know anything about this tower because we just got here. So, with that said, let's get rolling. You step inside, and the ticking grows louder. Something heavy swooshes past over your head. The looming presence is oddly comforting, and you find your eyelids starting to close. Perhaps this would be a good place to finally rest. Okay, as always, I will look around. I will use look commands unless I think the look command is going to mean that we can't do some other command, in which case I'll let chat decide. So let me look around. Chamber is an empty space of old flagstones. A few weeds have broken through here and there, and it looks like there was once some kind of soft furnishing on the floor, but it has long since rotted away. You count 3 exits spaced evenly around the edge of the bell-shaped tower. A great weight settles around your body. You tilt your head to look up, and your eyelids begin to roll themselves closed. Oh. For a moment before they shut, you catch sight of an enormous brass weight swinging past overhead. But you cannot keep your eyes open. You lie down where you stand in the middle of the floor and are quickly asleep. Okay, well that... I did not know that would happen. We did get a couple of stamina points. I didn't know that would happen, though. I mean, it is nighttime, but... As we dream, jib-jibs are bouncing past you, appearing from all sides, their maniac eyes all but popping from their heads. You are lying on cool, moist ground underneath a tall, swaying tree. There is a nagging pain in your leg, and you look down to see a sapling growing up through your thigh. Okay, that's disturbing. So we can either try to move or pull it out. So $ vote space 1 is try to move. $ vote space 2 is pull it out. What are we going to do, chat? We're going to try to move or pull it out. Again, this is a dream, but it is nonetheless having an effect on us. So, first vote of the night, $ vote space 1, try to move, $ vote space 2, pull it out. Yeah, exactly. It's the old thigh sapling deal, right? All right, we have 2 votes for pulling it out. Anyone else? Anyone else? Speak now. Speak now. I'm going to last call this here. Oh, we do have another one. What's up, Lotwook? Lotwook is one of those incredibly generous people who was able to post flyers for my Klein event, for which I am most grateful. So thank you, Lotwook. All right. Going once. I guess that's okay. Going twice. All right, we're going to pull it out. You try to pull it free, but every tug makes you scream in agony as though you were pulling at your own tendons. And all the while you hear distant laughter from the east. Sleep will not heal you if you have not eaten. Well, it didn't. Tower of Sleep. During the past day, you ran out of provisions, gained some gold. There you go. Sorry about that. Gained some gold, explored the cells, escaped the dungeons, and found 2 new clues. Now, one note about this, because this is a little confusing. The Archmage remains unaware of you. The reason that the Archmage is unaware of us is because in this timeline, we rewound, right? So we basically rewound to our last save point, effectively, which was in the tower right after the one with the hourglass. So in this alternate timeline, the Archmage is not aware of our existence still. Not good, though, that we haven't eaten yet. We do need to figure out a way to make that happen on a more regular basis, so to speak. Yeah, Emily. Eventually your eyes open once more. Several hours have passed. All right, let's see what we could do. Here are the spells that we could cast. We could cast D. Oh. So we could cast Dop, which is open locks and doors. Let's see. So we could do that. Although we don't have a locked door in front of us yet, but we could do that. We could do Y. Oh. We could summon a giant. That requires a giant's tooth. We do have... we do have a giant's tooth. But again, that I don't know whether we need one here for that or why. Yap means we talk with animals. That doesn't cost us anything because we have a green-haired wig. But I'm not sure what the benefit of this is because I don't think we have any animals around us right now, but we could. Zob is a rock demon, but we don't have a rock demon tooth, so we can't do that. We could do Zap, which is create lightning. The problem with that is it costs 3 stamina, and we've only got 11. And also, I don't know what we're attacking, what exactly we're using it on. We've got G, O, D. That's the illusion of worship. That doesn't cost us anything because we have a Jewel of Gold. Again, I don't know what the value of it is here, but, you know, we could do that. Or Gak, which is cause fear. We have a black face mask that doesn't do anything. Oh, yes. I can certainly do that, Echo. 1 second. And I'll make it even a little bit bigger in a second. Hold on. Z, D... I think that's... Yeah. Okay, so we already did that. Right. Okay. So there we go. Those are our options. Or we could just leave the tower. That's also an option. This Tower of Sleep. Oh, look at this. We got up to 15 out of 22 stamina, I guess, because of this sleep. But we can't sleep here forever. Nonetheless, we could leave the tower. But I guess it was good that we got some sleep in the sleep tower. So, yes. So go ahead and cast your vote. $ vote space 1 is open locks and doors. $ vote space 2 is summon a giant. 3, yap, talk with animals. 4, zap, cast lightning through stamina. 5, god, illusion of worship. 6, gak, cause fear, or leave the tower. And again, I don't really know what, you know, not sure what we have to stay with here. Although I do think, you know, one of the things I was thinking about was, this is a guess on my part, but it feels to me like these towers are all spell equivalents, and I don't know what we're supposed to make of that. But if you look at it, this was the equivalent. Whoa, is that loud? Okay. This thing here was the crystal ball tower that cast the equivalent of our far seeing spell. This is invisibility. We obviously have a spell that casts invisibility. This is sleep. I believe we have a spell that can... Oh, actually, I don't know if we have a spell that can put creatures to sleep. But anyway, I wondered if we go here and we find that this tower is somehow representative of magic, that's something that occurs to me. I don't know what to do with that information, but it's something I was thinking about. So we'll see. Okay, I'm going to last call this. Again... Going once. Going twice. Okay. Leave the tower. You drag yourself across the floor. Your body feels heavy and your mind is filled with fog. You feel yourself yawning once more. I want to see whether or not we have any counters to this. Like, what is... Alright, DOP doesn't do that. Like, I want to know if something counteracts sleepiness. Yob. Yep. No, we don't know. It might counteract stuff, but we don't know. God. Doesn't counteract anything. GAC, I think, counteracts sus. But I mean, I don't know that this is anything relating to sus. Counters Zen. So Zen lets you hover in the air, and Zap counteracts that. But I don't know. We did get a lot of stamina just now, but I'm not really sure what the point. I don't know. Maybe that Zap like does something. I don't know. I think that's all of them, right? Yeah. So basically, I'm going to ask the same exact question again, chat. And it's going to be the exact same question, the same order of spells. Do we cast a spell or do we keep trying to leave the tower? And it may just be we just have to like leave the tower like 3 times and then like we'll be able to leave or something. But if not, I'm wondering if there's something else that will let us get out of the tower that counteracts the sleep. Because it feels odd to me. I don't know. I guess we'll find out, right? Okay. Here we go. Okay, well, it looks like we're still leaving the tower. You crawl towards the door. How many hours have passed inside this tower now? A dead weight is settling over your bones. I'm going to try to do this again. You fight the lethargy that fills your body and crawl for the tower's exit. Okay, geez. All right, so we're not going to go north because we came from there already. So, chat, the question is, are we going to go west, which leads us here, or south, which leads us down... Sorry. West, which leads us here, or south, which leads us down this direction. You can see what the towers look like on both sides. West would be going this direction. South would be going here. So, $ vote space 1 is west. $ vote space 2 is south. So, $ vote space 1 is to go west this direction. $ vote space 2 is to go south this direction. These are the two. Do we go west or do we go south? Yeah, they weren't messing around. Clearly this is the sleep tower. That's one thing that I wish the map had, actually. I wish that it had the ability to put notes on the map, because putting notes on the map would allow us to put a tag like sleep tower, you know, crystal ball tower or whatever. So, all right, last call, last call. West or south, west or south. $ vote space 1 is west, 2 is south. Going once. Going twice. All right. West it is. You approach the smoking, blackened ruins of a tower. Okay, look at the rubble. You look at the stones. They are blackened all over. Some seem webbed with holes, as though the very minerals inside had burned away. Whatever caused this explosion must have been many years ago, and yet smoke still rises, as though this was the cone of a volcano. On one stone is etched a long eye mark. Whether the mark was alone or on its own, or if others have been destroyed, it is impossible to tell. But this groove that remains is deep, well-carved, and intentional. Whatever it meant, it was worth someone's time to put it here. Interesting. Okay. So, here's what we've got as options. All right, here's a good chance, actually, for me to test out this new system. Oh, wait, that's right. I can't do that. Okay, I can't do that because I just can't. But I can do something else. I can do that. Okay. So, options are as follows. Touch the stones, or I can cast a spell. Oh, wait a minute. Can you go all the way down there, please? Okay. Right. Touch the stones, and then we have, let's see. Let's see what spell options exist. We have got G, O. We can summon a goblin, but we can't because we don't have a goblin's tooth. We could heal disease, requires a medicinal potion, counters hot. So we could cast Dock. That uses a medicinal potion. Don't I have which listed? The spells? There's no way to do all of the spells, I'm afraid. There's like 80 spells. Because it offers, and that's the thing, exactly. It gives you different spells at different times. It doesn't always give you all the spells all the time. In fact, it would probably be easier if it did in a way. Although I couldn't give you 50, I guess. But it would be easier in a way because then I could just do that, you know, instead of... Okay, so we've got Sus. That also counteracts Gak, by the way. We still don't know what the hell Sob does. Okay, Sub, G. Okay, I think there's one more. F. Ah, we can also see the future. So we can also see the future. Here. Lovely. Okay. Get out of that. Cast a spell. We could turn back. Or pick our way through. Okay. What do you think, chat? We could touch the stones. We could cast one of those spells. Dock, Far, Sus, or Sob. Don't know what Sob does. Sus senses danger. I think Sus counteracts fear, which is Gak. Cast Far, that just allows us to see the future. That's free. We can do that, no problem. Dock, I think, also counteracts hot, so it counteracts the fireball spell. Or we could turn back, or we could pick our way through. Yeah, exactly. That son of a... We could indeed cast that kind of a spell. It'd be a little weird, but we could theoretically do it. So right now we have one vote for cast Sob, one vote for pick our way through. All right, we need someone else to break this tie. Need someone else to jump in. Pick our way through. Okay, going once. Going twice. All right. Let's pick our way through. You pick your way through the hot stones, but catch yourself a few times, obtaining light burns in the process. We have, however, found a new clue. That's interesting. You found a glyph 1 in the burnt tower. Oh, okay. All right. Now, hang on a second, actually. So you found a glyph 1 in the burnt tower. Okay. Glyph 4 in the Tower of Time. So I wonder if these are clues about things that we need to combine or do something with. And I don't know how many glyphs there are, but maybe there's glyphs outside some of the towers, and that gives us information that we need, maybe? But that's interesting. I would not have thought about that necessarily. In any case, whoops. Okay. We're going west, yes. You follow the path towards the crystal dome. At the meeting of its many ways is a large glass dome that sparkles with almost blinding vigor of the reflected sunlight. Does not appear to be any way in or out. Okay, we are not going to go in. We've already done that, so we're not going to do anything further. So, now chat, the last time we came to this dome, we had a chance to go to the sloping walkway. We had a chance to go to the bright tower. We had a chance to go up to the north, which eventually led us to this tower. So basically what I would say is, given what we know now about where this is, we have a few choices. So we could, and I'm going to save this poll just in case. And I'm going to put up another one. Okay. So we can either go to the sloping walkway. We can go to the bright tower. Or, since we've been to these other places, we can go back east and south to the purple tower. And I'm calling it that because of the roof. So, about the Pink Panther. So these are, so again, I'm going to open this up. So we're here. We can go to the sloping walkway here. Sorry. Here. We can go to the bright tower here. If you go east, that means we're going back, and what I'm going to vote for then, what we're going to vote for then is we're going to go here, and then we're going to go down this way towards this tower. So you can go either sloping walkway, you can go to the bright tower, or you can go east, which is going to lead us down here. So basically, which of these three towers do you want to go to? Right now we have one vote for sloping walkway. Sorry, Chad, I'm just double checking to make sure. Okay. Good, good, good. All right. So we are going to head east and south. Sloping Walkway would be my rapper name. Didn't we say Sloping Walkway was like a band or a something else like thing last time, I think? Oh, crap. Okay, go inside. I don't want to do this. Leave the tower. All right. I mean, I guess it gave us more stamina, so there's that. All right. So there we go. You ascend onto a walkway flung high between two towers and set against the outer wall of the citadel. Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, it's not. No. I mean, it's just one of those things where I have the same impression. I see it, and I'm like, aha. View down is dizzying. Smoke from the burnout tower below makes you choke. You look around at the sprawling towers that fill this region of the citadel. They all appear ancient and featureless, but they are in excellent repair. Some power is holding their dark stones together. You make your way carefully across the bridge. Okay. New tower. You hurry over another walkway higher in the air than you had expected towards the next tower. Thin heat beats down from an empty sky. As you open the door and step through, someone else enters from the other side. He closes the door just as you do. We got a mirror thing here. This room is wide, ringed with chairs. There are scuffs on the floor, 2 semicircles near the center of the room. A large pane of glass stands in the center of the room, sitting in an elaborately carved frame. Yeah, so it's like a mirror thing. Stranger stands watching you. You peer at the figure opposite. Seeing his face is difficult somehow. Your eyes seem to slide off his features. The stranger is peering back at you, but not approaching. Okay, yeah, almost certainly that's what this is, but... So... Should we greet them? Approach the glass? Draw our sword? Or back away? What do you think, chat? Greet them, approach the glass, draw my sword, or back away? We have some difference of opinion, I see. Greet them, approach the glass, or draw our sword. Or back away. All right. I'm going to last call this, but we will need another vote in one of these. Either greet them, approach the glass, or draw our swords, or we will need to change our vote one way or the other. So greet them, approach the glass, draw our sword, or back away. What shall we do? Get that vote in now, chat. I'm also confirming flight details too, by the way, making sure I have the right info. Okay, that's what I thought. Good, lovely. All right, I will need someone to either change their vote or to vote on this one, chat, so get your votes in now. Either greet them, approach the glass, draw our sword, or back away. So if someone is willing to change their vote or to vote, please do so, so that we can get past this, so we can move forward with this. I feel like Gimli in Two Towers film. Move forward, animal. Forward. You just grabbed a 3-sided die. Okay. I mean, I guess. Yeah, that's fine. I sometimes like to avoid, I don't like the power of random in these things, but I understand that, you know, if everyone is locked into their positions, I don't like breaking the ties myself on these because I want chat to be making the call. But so if I suppose for the power of random, that could actually do it. Like lost in random, let's say. Yeah. All right, so I guess go ahead and roll the 3-sided die then. You rolled a 1? Okay. So greet them it is. You raise a hand and the stranger does so in return. Hello, you say. Goodbye, he replies. Yes, it is black and purple. That's interesting. So we could say, who are you? You threaten me or say nothing. Okay, and who are you? Who are you, you ask? Where am I? The stranger responds. Even speaking to him, you cannot seem to look directly at his face. This is odd. Okay, $ vote space 1 is this is Mampang. $ vote space 2 is how did you come here? So 1 is Mampang, 2 is how did you come here? Yeah, now I don't even know. I don't know what this dude is now. I'm very confused. This is Mampang or how did you come here? I thought that, Lotwook. I thought that, except that, you know, the hello, goodbye, all that. I'm not understanding the... Wouldn't you say who are you and say, who, like, how is where am I the opposite of where of who are you, you know? I would imagine who am I would be the opposite of who are you, right? I would think. Yeah, who knows? So $ vote space 1 is this is Mampang, 2 is how did you come here? Okay. Right. Going once. Going twice. All right. This is Mampang. This is Mampang. Nothing is outside, he says. Nothing is outside. Okay, so we could say, where are you from? We could say, do you live here? We could say, how did you come here? Or we could say, stop speaking in riddles. Where are you from? Do you live here? How did you come here? Or stop speaking in riddles. Yeah. I'm still trying to figure out the deal with this guy. And I'm thinking about this. We have a spell that does what the heck is the name of it? I'm actually going to look while you're voting. Okay. Cuz I'm trying to see here. We have a spell that causes 6 versions of us. I don't know if... And there's one spell that uses a mirror. That's 6. So that could be related to this, but also... Counter zip. Doze, dud. I wonder if doze is the sleep thing that we would counteract. There's one that requires a mirror that... Kin. That's it. In battle, there's a gold-backed mirror. An exact replica of the enemy is then created under the caster's control. I wonder if Kin is... This is the tower of that, basically. Again, I don't even know if this is accurate, but it just feels to me like we're heading in that direction. Okay. Hakuna from Fallout 2. Okay, last call, everybody. Last call. Please get your votes in. Get your votes in now, please. Please and thank you. Okay. All right. So, how did you come here? I never left. I never came. I never left. Do you live here? Okay. Yeah, exactly. That is pretty much accurate for Dragonspear too. Okay, so where are you from? Do you live here? Are you a creature of magic or stop speaking in riddles? So which one should we vote for now? Where are you from? Do you live here? Are you a creature of magic or stop speaking in riddles? Questions. More questions. Are you a creature of magic? All right, I'm going to last call this. Please get your votes in, chat. Get your votes in now. As more people stop by, we will get some more in here. Exactly, right? Are you a creature of magic? Are you a creature of magic with something to... I don't remember the words of that song. Okay. Are you a creature of magic? I am a matter of fact, it says. Interesting. Okay, so $ vote space 1, do you know about spells? $ vote space 2, I do not understand. 1 is do you know about spells? 2 is I do not understand. Okay. Last call, last call. Do you know about spells? Do you know the story of Darth Plagueis the Wise? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I don't know what the deal is with this guy. Okay. Do you know about spells? You persist. I have forgotten swordplay, the creature agrees. Interesting. All right. So again, $ vote space 1. Do you know the spell of invisibility? Number 2, do you know the Z spell? What wares do you have to sell? Hey, Axeman. Do you know the spell of invisibility or do you know the Z spell? Or alternately, do you know the way to Santa Fe? For those Rent fans in the audience. Do you know the way to Santa Fe? I think it's often done that way for Zed for some reason, Echo, but I'm not 100% sure. In the video game. Obviously, this is not the case in the book, but... Do you know? Do you care? Last call. But I think I've seen that before in the video game this way. So, for what that's worth. Okay, going once. Going twice. Okay. Do you know the Zed spell? I cannot cast the spell of resurrection. Oh, now wait a minute, chat. Wait. Let's think this through. If he says opposites, then it's giving us literally the opposite of stuff. So let's think about this. So Zed, I cannot cast the spell of resurrection, which is res. So that tells me that res counteracts Zed. You follow what I'm saying? So let me see if I can put a note for this. It's the opposite guy. Res counteracts Zed. So, next question. $ vote space 1 is, do you know the spell of invisibility? And that would presumably give us the counteracting spell to invisibility. Or do you know the kin spell? And that would give us the counteracting to kin. But again, maybe what we need now is to counteract invisibility because there have been other places where we would like to counteract that. I don't know. I'm just kind of thinking out loud. So... Kin is the create an exact copy of a creature in battle. So you use a gold-backed mirror, which we have one, and it creates a creature under your command that fights the creature that you're fighting. So basically is a duplication spell. I will last call this. $ vote space 1 is invisibility. $ vote space 2 is kin. We should be like, can you not defeat the Archmage? He's like, I defeat the Archmage with this. Like, do you not have the key to Jan the Minimite's cell? I have the key to. Okay. Do you know the kin spell? I lost the spell of sixes, the figure answers. Excuse me. So 6 counteracts kin. If I'm getting this correctly. All right, I'm going to ask invisibility because that's the only one we got left. Do you know the spell of invisibility? I cannot read minds. The creature replies, aha. So tell counteracts whatever the hell the invisibility spell is, which I don't remember and I'll look for later. That's cool. Okay. As you were talking, the two of you have edged closer together. You now stand on either side of the glass in the middle of the room. It is a mirror. The stranger approaches and pauses on the other side of the mirror. Okay. So we can strike the earth. Okay, that's actually only Shovel Knight. We can cast a spell. Looks like we don't have a lot of choices here. H. Huff. So we can cast Huff, which creates wind with a gale horn, which we have. Hot creates a fireball. Yeah, it's the bad mood verse. Okay, then we've got F. Oh. Right, force field. Oops, cast. Okay. Oh, God. Famous last words. I was like, oh yeah, it doesn't look like it's that many options. Yeah, sure. Create light. Still don't know what sob is. Now, interestingly, so this is interesting because 6, remember that there was the whole cloning, the whole, like, I have forgotten the spell of 6s, he said. So if it's true that 6 counteracts kin, then casting this should counteract this mirror effect. And it only takes 1 stamina, which should be fine. I don't think we had far, but I'll check when we get back over here. So sun, sob, 6, huff. We have K, I. There's kin, which is a little odd because we have kin right here. So maybe he would do the other one. I mean, summon. I obviously have more options I have to provide. It does not consume the mirror. It does not. At least it's not supposed to. Okay. So that was kin. D-U-M. That causes clumsiness. Oh yeah, and it's 3 stamina too. And then we've got dim. We got a lot here. I should 100% not have said that this is not as many options. Jagam Igdom. What is that? What is that, Echo? We have Gob. Okay. Actually, maybe that's all. D-H. Stupid in Norwegian. I thought it might be something like that. Okay, so... Okay, so here we go, chat. A lot of options. When it says far door, like presumably, so we came in this way, so it would run, we'd be running for here, is where we'd be going next. We came from here, we'd be going here. Yeah, because we came this route, so we'd be going this way. I assume, I should say. We're in here now, so we'd be going this direction. Yeah, yes. I mean, I believe that's the case, but, you know, who knows because of the mirror thing. So we've got strike the glass, or we could cast a spell. Huff, hot, foff, sun, SOB. 6, again. 6 is interesting because of that cloning the caster thing, and that might counteract this guy, and that would be interesting. That would show us about the whole, like, you know, counteracting ritual. Then kin, which is summoning a replica. Cast dumb, dim, or run for the door. Could be, but the thing is, he's probably going to do it, right? Whatever it is that we do. That's why I'm thinking of casting, well, because we might get zapped ourselves with Fireball, theoretically. I don't know. Or it could counteract something else. But if this is like the mirror guy, that's why I was really interested in the 6 thing. Because we literally asked him right here, do you know the kin spell? I lost the spell of 6s, which suggests to me that if everything is opposite, then 6 should counteract kin. And that, I think, would be interesting. All right, I'm going to last call this. Strike the glass, cast 6, or run for the far door, the ones that have votes. So please get your votes in. Yeah. No, for sure. I just want to make sure that we don't hurt ourselves in the option. Like in the the sleepy tower, we actually got a lot of stamina back, but I don't know how much time we wasted in doing that. We probably lost God knows how many hours, and we still don't have any rations. But it certainly helped our stamina situation. But that said, I didn't want, something where we're going to get slammed, Yeah. Well, yeah. Because he's an opposite, but not, anyway. Not an exact opposite. All right, let's see what we do here one way or the other. S-I-X. You cast the spell, but no clones materialize. Instead, a large crack appears in the pane of glass. A moment later, it shatters and collapses. A counterspell then. So the spell of self-duplication opposes the enchantment of mirroring. Okay, so we were dead on about that. So now that we have 6 counteracting kin, I don't need to put that in there. So now we have some other options, which are, I'm going to save this just in case. Actually, wait, I'm going to clear this first. Clear. Save. Okay. Now we can clear all of this, and now we have these choices. The glass lies in shards all around the frame. Some of them catch the light oddly. The stranger, your reflection, steps back, clutching at his chest. So, we can say, are you unwell? We can say, wait. We can call out a challenge. Or we can step forward. So there we go. There's your wait option you were looking for, X-Man, I guess. But you could also say, are you unwell? Yeah. I'm very happy the 6 kin thing. So that suggests to me that we also now know that Res counteracts Zed, which could be very useful. And also that Tel counteracts invisibility. And that's also very cool. The only thing we need to find out now is the circumstances in which that would matter. But we could go back to the tower, the invisible tower. She seems to have an invisible tower. And even if it doesn't do anything to that tower, it would be interesting to see having those counteracting spells. They're doing a lot with counteracting in this book. No snark time? Is it snark time now? I never had a chance to love you. Now I only want to say I love you one more time. Sorry seems to be the hardest word. So sad, so sad, so sad. It's a sad, sad situation. And it's getting more and more absurd. Ah, White Lion. White Lion, which also did... Okay, now wait a second. Did White Lion do When the Children Cry? Because White Snake obviously did, here I am again on my own. But is it When the Children Cry? Is that White Lion? I'm trying to think of what the big one that they did. All right. Are you unwell? I am fine, he shouts back, but he is clearly staggering. Interesting. Whoops. That's not what I meant to do. Okay, call it a challenge. That was White Lion? Okay. Oh, no kidding. I could see that, Emily. So, wait. $ vote space 1 is wait. $ vote space 2 is call out a challenge. $ vote space 3 is step forward. Here I go again on my own. Going down the only road I've ever known. Like a drifter, I was born to walk alone. But I made up my mind. I ain't wasting no more time. So here I go again. Bow. Was that with Tawny? Was that in the is that in the video on the car? The video on the car there, Axeman? Yeah. Mm-hmm. You're a certain age, you certainly remember that video. Neither applause was for Elton. Oh, that sounds like there's a story associated with that, Emily. Okay, call out a challenge. You bellow out a challenge, declaring that you will settle your differences in combat. There is no response. Instead, the reflection plants his feet in front of the far door, waiting with impassive expression. Okay, so $ vote space 1, we wait. $ vote space 2, we step forward. Wait or step forward? The only reason it made MTV? Heather Headley singing Easy as Life, and the other was Bernie Taupin walking onto stage. No other applause I've ever heard compared. Oh, that's interesting, and I could see both of those. Heather Headley. I am certain that I love him, but a love can be misplaced. Have I sacrificed my people in my passion and my haste? Heather Headley's great. But she has a certain kind of like affect to her singing, but she's pretty amazing. And of course, makes sense because, again, Aida and Elton John and all that. Whoa. And of course, the original Ramses, or whatever it was, oh God, the Pharaoh's son, whatever the hell the main guy's name is, whose name I don't remember, but was the original Roger in Rent. So very much like, I'm in every kind of trouble. You know, like very much the rock singer type of thing. Biggest applause you encountered was Neil Peart at the Omni after that. Well, yeah, well, I can imagine. Good Lord. I'm trying to think what the biggest applause was that I've ever heard at a show. Two of them, I'd say. One of them would be... probably after the Madison Square Garden. We saw the show where Billy Joel broke the record for most concert sellouts at Madison Square Garden, and they like literally retired his like record-breaking number like on a thing in the rafters, and that was pretty wild applause-wise. And I'd seen him a few times, and then I would say the other one that would be close to that would be the show that I've talked about a lot, the Tori Amos show that I saw in New Haven Coliseum. One of the most extraordinary shows I ever saw. Just woman and a piano. And like there's a piano behind her. There's two pianos and her playing one of them. And then there's like some lights on the stage like shifting around. And that's it. And no real obviously she's mic'd, but that's it. Extraordinary. You could hear a pin drop. Incredible show. You was there for Fishes, which hangs next to Billy's? Yep. Oh, nice, Axeman. Yeah. Wait, did Fish break that record? What was that Fish first and then Billy broke the record? Is that how that worked, Ludwig? Okay, and we're going to wait. You pause, seeing how the reflection will act. He paces near the frame, seemingly unable to approach. Oh, they did 13 consecutive nights. Oh. Step forward. You step through the empty frame, glass crunching under your boots. The reflection draws his sword, unaffected by your movements. It seems he is now free to act. Leave me, he says, or I will send you back. Okay. So, back where? Who are you? Who are you? Or attack. They called it the Backers Dozen and didn't repeat a song. Bjork up close. No kidding, Emily. Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, do we say back where, who are you, or attack? That's wild. 237 songs. I don't know. And they were all originals, Lawwook? Which is fine because Fish doesn't write lyrics. I'm just kidding. No, Fish is a an incredibly tight band, but lyrics have never been their strong point by their own admission. See, the thing is about them, and my brother is a little bit like this. My brother is in a cover band in Springfield, Massachusetts, and like his knowledge of songs is ridiculous. Ridiculous. Like he can just pull out like, oh yeah, I can play like 350 songs, 400, because he plays in a band where they're constantly getting requests for stuff. My band now has put together probably we've released 3 albums. We're working on our 4th. So you figure you put all those together, and that's like about 50 songs, right? And then if I sort of cast my mind back, there are some songs we don't play anymore that never made it onto albums. So maybe I've got 60 originals, and maybe we could pull together some covers. So like maybe I got 65, 70 in my belt, under my belt, right? But like the numbers that cover bands come up with are just silly talk. It's like a cheat code. There is no, good gravy. Just like they pick cover songs to match donut flavors. That sounds very much like Fish. Too many questions and motions and no answers. Yeah, I could see that, Echo. Oysterhead is Stuart Copeland, Les Claypool, and Trey Anastasio. Police, Primus, and Fish. Yep, that's... Hey, listen, how about... the Dukes of September, which is Boz Scaggs, Michael McDonald, and Donald Fagen from Steely Dan. That's another good one. At MSG, Emily, it was at Madison Square Garden. Boston and Cream songs, I could see that. All right, last call, chat. Let's get one more vote in to break this record. That's funny though, Lawwick. I could see that. Tight band. Yeah, this was many years ago. I mean, I guess that was like 6-7 years ago, 8 years ago, maybe longer now. Actually, we saw it with a good friend of mine who had gotten the tickets, and I know I'm almost positive that we were in the Bronx by then, so we had moved out of Brooklyn. I don't know if Little Larv was born yet. But it can't be that old, right? It can't have been 16 years ago. There's no way it was 16 years ago, right? So, yeah. What did Elton get his retired for? For just being awesome? They're doing a 7-night run. So, okay, so Lotwook, yeah. So you were a true Fish believer, is what I'm getting from this. The guitarist in my band, Michael Bruce, is a big Fish guy. Oh, is his 60th show on his 60th birthday? Okay. All right. Any other votes, chat? Let's break this tie or change vote, please. Back where you belong. Who are you? Or Attack. $ vote space 1 for Back Where, 2 for Who Are You, or 3 for Attack. 150 plus shows. That is commitment. My friend Story loves Counting Crows, and probably he'd be in that same ballpark, I would bet. For me, my favorite solo singer of the kind of pop genre was probably Billy Joel, but I've only seen him... I've only seen him 4 times. I just have a lot of people that I like seeing. I've seen, Peter Gabriel once. I've seen Sting once. I've seen Vertical Horizon. I saw Vertical Horizon twice. That was a great show. I talked about Tori Amos. I saw Fish. I saw Toad the Wet Sprocket once at Toad's place, which was cool. I saw... so I've seen them. I've seen Music Box, which is a really amazing Peter Gabriel tribute band, and a couple others like that. Just for you. Oops. What's up, Leoric? Almost there. We need one more vote now, or change vote, between Back Where and Who Are You. Third Secret. Oh, this is another power band. This is another power group, Axeman. So yeah, 150 shows. Wow, that's commitment. But I always felt that way, and of course, there was a lot of crossover between Fish fans and Grateful Dead fans. And Grateful Dead fans, I felt are the same way. Like they will freaking go see every Grateful Dead thing in the history of whatever. Yeah, good to see you. Okay, who are you? Who are you? He shakes his head. I will not fall for your tricks. You may look like me, but I know you are only an apparition. Oh. I am the Analander. You are the apparition. Or we will settle this by the blade. Or Billy Joel's best song is Summer Highland Falls. Come at me, bro. Okay. No. That is true, however. That is Billy Joel's best song. Okay. I am the Analander, you are the apparition, or we will settle this by the blade. Paul McCartney pointed at you once? Good stuff. That's good stuff. I have never seen McCartney in concert. Never had the chance. And I've seen Elton John twice. I saw him once solo and once with Billy Joel on their whatever they called that. Yeah, I still have a shirt from that, I think. The Yellow Brick Road Tour or whatever the heck they called it. I have to say, though, maybe the best show that I've ever seen might have been, and in fact, if you go on YouTube, you can actually find this. There were two shows that I saw Vertical Horizon at, and the show at the Paradise, I was actually there with my wife. This is before we were married. We were dating, but before we were married. And it was at the Paradise Theater. And if you do a search for Vertical Horizon and the song We Are, that was their official concert video. They actually did the song twice, and they had, the whole zooming cameras over the crowd or whatever to catch us. So at the very end, literally at the end, like, he does this thing where he hits his note, and then the camera sweeps over the crowd, and I am standing in the front, my wife's in front of me, and I'm like clapping like this for about a half a second to a second. And so I was just like, wow. But that show, Vertical Horizon, was sick. They were so good. Great show. Oh my goodness. That's pretty awesome, Emily. That is pretty awesome. I am the Analander. I am the Analander. The other laughs. No, he replies simply, you cannot claim that. So, $vote space 1 chat is you are a mere reflection. $vote space 2 is let us work together. You saw them in Detroit? See, the thing is that you are a mere reflection is $vote space 1. $vote space 2 is let us work together. The thing is that, so Matt Scannell is still in Vertical Horizon, and that guy is an incredible guitar player. Good songwriter. But honestly, the best part of Vertical Horizon, I thought, was a guy who's no longer with them, a singer named Keith Kane, who was, I think, a better songwriter than Matt Scannell and was not as good a guitar player. He's good, but not as good. But his voice is amazing. And honestly, the best song. So this is Vertical Horizon had the #1 album and the #1 song in America, which was called Everything You Want. And that album, Everything You Want, is a great album. The last song on that album, though, is called Shackled, which is taken from which is basically taken from a breakup. Like, this is literally what I think it was Keith Kane's significant other at the time said to him as she was walking out the door, which was, let me introduce you to the end, and then left. That song is badass. Best song on the album. Never had the radio play that the other ones did. You're a God got a lot of got a lot of plays. That was good. We Are was the first single, I think, off that album. Got a lot of plays. Everything You Want, definitely. Gray Sky Morning was a ballad. Like, there were a lot of songs that got major hits. It was the #1 album in America. But that freaking Shackled song, oh, wild. They even had a porta potty on stage so they didn't leave. Yep. See, that's what I've heard about Fish, Lotwook. Oh, did you? Yeah. Oh, that's so good. And the last part, the part at the end, and it's heavy, this song. The part at the end where Matt Scannell's doing this, like, awesome. That's a song when you were in an angry mood, chat. Can I recommend that song? If you're like, I need a song that will reflect my anger, please download that song. It's just so badass. It's so good. Yeah, so is that true, Lotbook? Are you also a Grateful Dead fan or just Fish? Because I've heard so many like people that have been crossover fans for both. Okay, let us work together. We can work it out. Oh no, the other nods his head. You will not trick me. And with that he turns and races from the room. A moment later all goes black and you find yourself outside. You sheathe your blade outside the tower, glad to be away from the mirror demon. Okay? That was weird, but we got some info. That was weird, but we're back in the club. You race over to the next tower before the wind can pluck you from the walkway. The sun is beginning to lower, excuse me, and the air begins to cool. This tower has a dirt floor into which various lines have been scratched. A chest sits in the middle, a rather obvious bait for whatever trap this room represents. Okay, we're going to enter because we came here. You step a little further into the room. Apart from the chest, the tower is quite empty, identical to any other of the rooms in the other towers, save for its dirt-covered floor. Several zigzagging trails have been left in the dirt. Shame by Rollins Band? Yeah. Well, Rollins, I mean, especially early Rollins, sure. Another one, actually, another band like that, that has songs for like that is Shinedown. Sound of Madness. And I understand that Shinedown occasionally can get they're a little too Shinedown-y sometimes. But let's be clear, Sound of Madness is a great anger song. A great anger song. Okay. So this time I'm not just going to look at the chest chat because this is a situation where they may mean like move up to it. So I don't want to do that before I consult with chat. So do we look at the chest, prod at the ground, or wait? No, I've heard Regret. Fiona, no, listen, I'm with you about that. Yeah, Fiona Apple's, yes, I would agree. That is also a great anger song. And I like Fiona Apple in general, actually, although I don't know a lot of her stuff. But I've kind of liked her approach, to things. So yeah, no, I'm with you that's quality. Yeah. Yeah. No, I'm with you on that. Yep. Agree. Is that her latest? I don't know enough about her at all, Emily, honestly. Just I only know I know a few of her songs. I've watched a couple of interviews with her. And I heard a new song from her newest album, and I don't remember if that's the name of the newest one. It's the Pandemic album. Okay. Yeah, and so I've heard, I obviously know a lot about I had heard a lot about I've just found her interesting as a person. But I don't know enough about her music. Is it? Yeah. That's cool. That's cool. I will have to look into that. Yeah, they're different things for different moods. Like if you want chill, one band that I really want to see if they ever start touring again, and the problem is this band is not big on touring, but if they ever do and come to the States, I would love to see 07. I really, really like 07 as a band. Very good musicians. They always do good collaborations. All their vocalists are good. Like their live from Glastonbury concert from like 04 was amazing, but they've done stuff all the way along. And oh my goodness, I'm not going to get into details about this except to say that I talked about anger being a mood. If you listen to the song, if you go on YouTube and you seek the Grail. If you go onto YouTube and you look for a song called Home by 07, and if you type in live on, I think it's on Jimmy Kimmel of all things, I want to say about 12, 13 years ago, the vocalist who sang this for them did a live version of this. woof. Like that song is, it's got a different mood. I'll just say that. It's something. And that's another example of things like that. And if you want chill in general, 07 is your place. Like I Have Seen is badass. Distractions, Destiny is amazing. Saltwater Sound is great. And actually that one's all instrumental. 07 is pretty much, I almost never misses. Another band I wouldn't mind seeing in concert, Radiohead. Yes, Tom York is a jackass, but I'm sorry. I would argue that OK Computer is one of the greatest 4 albums ever made. I will die on that hill. OK Computer is a brilliantly put together album. Like, not only are the songs Subterranean, Alien, and Airbag, and like Karma Police, and the whole, like, I mean, that album is just awesome after awesome after awesome after awesome. But oh my God, the like, and also the way it's recorded. If you listen to the bass, like the beginning in Airbag is da da ba da ba 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 da 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 da, and then the bass da da ba boom boom. Like it's recorded where you feel your teeth chattering. It's freaking phenomenal. Paranoid Android, like it's so good. Oh. OK Computer is genius. I put that right up at the level of like Sgt. Pepper's, you know, and like Dark Side of the Moon. Like I'm talking about like the greatest of all time albums that were up there. Oh man. Yes. But the thing, what I like about OK Computer though, Lotbook, is that I felt like some of their other stuff, kind of like the bends and stuff, I feel like just wanders around a lot, and it's kind of like, you know, Tom York is not, I mean, again, I think the guy is pretty amazing, although a jerk. But I don't really need to hear Mr. Whiny voice, you know, like, yeah, like it needs to be right with the right kind of song. And I feel like the bends is just them being like, I don't know what the hell to do, you know, like. So I don't know. I'd have to think a little bit about those other ones, but oh God, OK Computer, Garbage is still the best band. I'm very much neutral on Garbage. I don't know, you know, I don't know enough to say. Okay, we shall wait. You wait, a favored tactic. Predictably, perhaps, nothing happens. Okay, so I guess we can look at the chest from here. You look over at the chest. It seems quite unprotected, surrounded by empty, unguarded space. Okay. So, walk towards the chest. I am, yes. Turn back. Walk towards the chest, prod at the ground, or turn back. Your band at the time played Paranoid Android. Oh, God. What Lotbook? So I am a trumpet player and lead vocalist for my band, which is a progressive rock band. So I mention that to say, as a musician, since you are a musician, apparently, what do you play? And what kind of stuff are we talking about? What's up to Epic Quack? Poke it with a stick. You know, like, would you put yourself in the progressive category, the alternative category? You said Fish, so I'm wondering if there's like, is there any jam band mentality that fits into things here? You play drums, been a while now, just learning guitar now. Oh, nice. Listen, drums is what we, drums is, it's super helpful. I'll just say that. Like, it makes such a difference. I mean, yeah, you can do sampling or whatever, but like, having a good drummer is legit. Bass and drums. You two are learning guitar. Axeman, can you tell me approximately where in the world you live, Axeman? Because I feel like I've had this discussion before, and this has come up about instruments that you played. I seem to remember this. Atlanta? Okay. I played Yep, of course. I remember the euphonium thing. I have actually seen pictures of Emily playing the euphonium. I have seen it. You used to DJ. Oh, nice, X-Man. You play guitar in 7th grade, Echo? Yep. King Gizzard and Lizard Wizard. Oh, man. Those are like, for me, deep cuts, though. I have to go and listen to I mean, I know those bands, but I don't nearly know enough about them. My recent attempts at scratching were awful. It is true. You know, obviously, I understand a lot of people had mixed feelings about DJs because they felt like they took away some of the stuff from bands. But honestly, I feel like, especially because you got some bands working with DJs too, but I feel like now they're almost like not on the same exact turf. But DJs, good DJs... You know, like whenever you get a bad DJ, you are like, oh, so that's why good DJs are good. You know what I mean? Because no, I'm going to check them out. I have to check out the new album from Fiona Apple for Emily, and I have to check that out for now that you said it, King Gizzard, Lizard Wizard. All right. Right. Dick Valentine and his band Electric Six. I feel like I have heard that. And Fiona Apple. New album. Okay. I will check that out at some point when I'm able to get a little bit of time. But yeah, I'll check that out. Okay. We're going to prod at the ground. All right, hang on. I can't play much of this or I'm going to get, as Trent always says, demonetized, but...
Understand why we kill the things we love the most.
Okay, that's as much as I can do before I get demonetized. I'll come back and check it out. They Creative Commons it. Okay, I will check that out. Yeah, I do. I like my own band does a lot of stuff. Like I like early Genesis. You know, Lamb Lies Down on Broadway. King Crimson, one of my band members, the founding band members, big influence of his was King Crimson. I like Porcupine Tree. Sometimes I wish Porcupine Tree would. Well, I mean, I'm glad that Steven Wilson is back with Porcupine Tree, basically, like, is doing Porcupine Tree stuff again instead of doing Steven Wilson stuff. Nothing against Steven Wilson, but I'm like, you can basically just do Steven Wilson stuff in Porcupine Tree. But a lot of their songs are great. The Live Train song in Chicago from, I don't know when that was, 2013, 2014, is amazing. The Sentimental from Fear of a Blank Planet is great. Their new one, Harridan. Actually, no, there's a song off that, I don't remember which album it is, which kind of elevator music type song, which is pretty good. And then, yeah, Harridan, which is their latest, is pretty good. So, Polygon, Dwanaland. DMs, go directly to jail, do not pass go, do not collect $200. All right, we're going to prod at the ground. You use your sword to poke at the ground just in front of you. It immediately and violently explodes, and you leap away from the shower of fire and dirt. Is this a minefield? Oh, crap. Okay. Interesting. All right, take a step forward. Prod ahead. Toss something. Great, we get to cross a minefield. How could that go wrong? Okay, that's force field. All right, so there's that. Wall. Create an invisible wall. So cast wall. Arvin's Heroes 2020, yeah. No crown left behind. We've got Huff, which is a strange choice, it seems to me. Like, I don't know what the point of creating wind is, but okay. This reminds me slightly of the D&D movie, which I may have just taken Little Arv to see yesterday, so I saw it for the second time in theaters. Still really good. Find safe passage, 1 stamina, is not bad. How may be our way through this minefield, if it is a minefield. We already did F, we already did W, P, O, P. We could create explosions. I thought we already did that without the need for more pebbles. Whoops. Pebble, yeah. All right. Pep, we can't do that because we don't have fire water. Wall. Jeez, the number of spells. We don't have the thing to cast a goblin, which would only be sending the goblin to his death anyway. Let's see. We have Z and N, right? N. Nap caused sleepiness. We don't have a brass pendulum. But Nif, what is the point? What is the point of doing that? All right. Nif, create stench. Or cast Nip. Now, Nip, I believe, is speed. Oh, we don't have that. So we can't cast Nip. Okay. My bad. One more. Z. Zob, that's a rock demon. Can't do that because we don't have rock tooth. We could cast Zen, which lets us hover in air. That might have value too. That might also be valuable. Or... Nope, I already did that. Is it Zip? Yeah, Zip is teleportation. Explosion, yeah, like just double explosion. It's a lot, Epic Quack. It's a lot, right? Okay. I already did that, right? GH. Or leave. Okay. All right, what do we got? We can take a step forward. We can prod ahead. We can toss something. We can cast a spell. And you can see the spells we can cast. Foff creates a force field, 3 stamina. Wall creates an invisible wall, 3 stamina. Huff creates wind. How finds safe passage, 1 stamina. Pop creates explosions. Again, I don't know why we would do that, because already. Nif creates stench. That seems useless to me. Zen, hover in air. I can definitely see why that would be useful and why how would be useful. Zip, cause teleportation. That might work if we could teleport directly to the chest. I just don't know if that means we get in trouble at that point. Or leave. So... Spells plus a minefield equals not a good idea. Yeah, well, maybe. I mean, if we're going to, at least if we're going to cast something on something, yes, you know. That was the whole thing about the gob. Like, what is the point of that? Like, all right, goblin, good luck. But master, shut up. Do what I tell you. All right. Broken, blown up goblin. That's true. That's true. Yeah, Dungeon Keeper. Back in the day. Yeah, I like Dungeon Keeper okay. I've actually played that on stream. I'm not as into there was a time when I liked that game better than I did later on, and I was like, it's okay. I don't love real-time stuff, honestly, real-time strategy stuff most of the time. I tend to prefer either turn-based stuff or if there's like a turn like real time with pause, like the Baldur's Gate series, like the Infinity Engine games and stuff, that's fine. But I don't love real time strategy type things, mostly because I just get, it's not that I get overloaded, it's that I start end up feeling like it's testing my ability to basically be constantly scatterbrained as opposed to actually being able to be like focus on how I want to manage something next. So I also don't like being evil. That's true. I don't deny that. I also don't like being evil. Yes, I don't like playing in games someone that makes me feel terrible. If I were an evil person in real life, maybe I'd like to play a good person just for a change of pace. Or maybe I'd play an evil person because, I was more familiar with it. But as it is. There's a character in Honor Among Thieves. And we have right now tie between Toss Something and Cast How. And we have one vote for Pot Ahead. So get your votes in now, chat. I'm going to last call this. Let's see if we can break this tie. There's a character in the D&D Honor Among Thieves movie who is a spectacular example of lawful good, but not in a annoying way. I mean, one of the characters finds them annoying, but when you actually see what they do in the plot, you're like, oh, yeah. Like there's did anyone ever play the game? We just need one more vote to break this tie, chat, or to change vote. Anyone ever play the game Black and White? This is probably a 16, 17-year-old game now, at least. And I think it was Lionhead Studios. And so it's basically that this kind of, you did, Echo? Right, so you have this, like, kind of this creature which does things. It's like a real-time thing where you're, like, building up your people, you're protecting your people and also giving them reasons to worship you and all this other stuff. But, like, you have to teach your avatar to do things, and it's interesting in the sense that as you do certain things to your people, the avatar, the creature kind of learns from what you do. And so as time goes on, if you're gentle with the people, the avatar literally becomes gentle also. But sometimes the avatar makes mistakes, and it'll be like, I'll just eat one of the people. And you're like, so the way that you discipline the creature, if you want to, like, is you can just like, is you can slap them. And it's 22 years old. Oh my God. Well, I only played it about 19 years old. I didn't play it the year that it came out, but that's, wow. But so there's a point where I just felt like I was just like, I felt like I was just like, you stop doing this. And I'm like, this is awful. I don't want to do this anymore. And I just stopped playing it. I was like, I don't want to, like, why do I, because there was no real other way to deal with the creature other than to take it and like just pull it away from your people, at which point you're micromanaging the avatar when the avatar is supposed to help, not make it harder. So the AI needed some work in that, honestly. Hold on a second. No, I'm back. My daughter was informing me that my son is now asleep. Yep. I remember that avatar. I love those quotes. All right, chat, we need someone to break this tie. Let's break this tie here between Toss Something and Cast How. Either somebody change vote or, I had the tiger avatar. Because you could pick, there was like a tiger and then there were like, I don't remember. Was there like a bull or something, or like there were? I don't remember how many avatars there were, but it wasn't just the tiger. There was the cow, and then there was like one other one, I think, or two. Yeah. That's right. That's right. Yeah, I had the, excuse me, I had the tiger, but man, that thing was not bright. That's just like, come on, man. Stop eating people. And then you do that, and then the thing's like, am I not supposed to do that? Like, no, you're not supposed to hit the people. You're not supposed to bite the people, eat the people, throw the people. I don't know. I'm not sure. I do know that I need someone to break this tie. Can someone change vote, please? Or can someone get a vote in between toss something? Thank you, Critchwitch. Just in time to save us all. Thank you. Thank you, Critchwitch. You take a small stone from your pack and toss it towards the chest. There is another explosion when it lands, a sharp crack that hurls some soil into the air. Perhaps that was the last of them. Perhaps that, chat, was the last of us. Hell yeah. Let's go. Okay. Got him. We're going to go up to... No, we're going to get rid of toss something. This is easier to do it this way. Okay. Clear, clear, clear. All right, so now we take a step forward, prod ahead, or cast one of the spells mentioned. Oh, yeah, that's right. That's right. That's right. I forgot that, Echo. My gosh. Well, it has been, as we have just learned, like 18, 19, 20 years maybe now since I played it. Man, that's crazy. 22 years. Good God. I wasn't even teaching. So it came out in 01. So I was finishing up my PhD program. Because I got my doctorate in 2002 from Brandeis. And in 01, my wife and I were dating by then. And yeah, the following year, 02, I graduated. I got my first job teaching, my first full-time job teaching at Boston University. And then a year later, I came down to St. John's, and I've been there ever since. Huff is a free spell, yes. It is a free spell. Heavy balloon, okay. I shall do so. All right, so we have 2 votes for take a step forward and 2 votes for cast Huff. Huff. Huff, 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 huff. Yeah, okay. Fortune favors the bold. Whoa! Since we were just talking about Aida earlier. How you doing today, Critchwitch? We are swept to glory. Each mastery expands. From the Nile's broken delta and the dry, dry southern sands. If you ever listen to the guy, he's fun. I mean, he's a good singer, but he's very like, check me out, power singer. You didn't intentionally tie it up. That's good. That's good. I'm glad to see you here, Quitchard. All right, so we got 3 for take a step and 3 for cast Huff. So I will last call this. We need a vote. I understand why Chad is doing Huff. The theory being that you could blow the dirt maybe out of the way and actually see what's below the dirt. It's not a bad idea. I see what Chad is doing with that. And Axeman was the one who was on that idea first. That's not a terrible idea. Huff is just, we have a free thing to do it. I mean, we have a Gale Horn, so it doesn't cost us any stamina, but... Haha. The more we come to learn, more shall return. Thinking about musicals makes me think about the fact that the Phantom of the Opera is coming to an end. Longest running show in Broadway. I saw that back in the 80s with my parents. Whatever it was, I don't know, 88, 89, something. No, it might have been a little early. It might have been 87, 88, somewhere in there. And finally coming to a close. You go $ change vote. So that's all one word, Critchwich. Change vote, space, and then the number you want to change it to. That's all. I go $ change vote, space, and then the number. All right. Let's go with Huff. My pleasure. Thank you. And welcome as people are coming in. Okay. H. U. F. Blow. Looking to the stars, you craft the magic, lifting the gale horn and blowing a loud note. Then you open your arms and allow the wind to snatch you up. Oh. Blowing you across the minefield and depositing you safely on the other side. Oh. Oh, okay. That works. I did not know that was what that was going to do. Right? I was like, of course, that's the thing. We get to the side and everyone's like, wow, that was lucky. You're like, that was due to my extensive training. My knowledge and skill is what makes this possible. And hey, Triffid. Yeah, Moon Logic 1000. Exactly as planned. You may have noticed my quality of knowledge. You return to the path and walk a short distance. Every path seems weighed down with sadness and oppression. It is not a place to stand still. Okay, so now, chat, we're about almost midway through here. So we can go to, we just came from the North Tower. We're not going to go there. So we're either going to go to the west path, which is here, or we're going to go to this tower. So the west path or this tower. So $ vote space 1 is the west path right here. $ vote space 2 is the tower. We're here. West path is 1. Tower is 2. Yeah, I know we missed the chest, but I bet though, Axeman, the chest is like a bunch of nonsense. I mean, I don't know for sure. Maybe it isn't, but well, the problem though, see, but this is the thing though, Echo, right? Here's an example. If you had asked me what's the point of Huff, I would be like, I mean, I guess it might clear the dust off the floor, but otherwise I don't really see the point of having Huff in here, right? And yet here was a situation where Huff was clearly a spell as the game envisioned it, which allowed us to clear over. So it's hard to be like, let me just not put the spells in that don't matter, because sometimes there are spells that may matter, especially because some of those spells also counteract other spells, and counteracting has been a big deal in this game. So you know, and good to see you, Triffid, by the way, if I didn't say that already. We must have just. We'll just assume it was a mimic. Fair assumption. Mimics. Yes, exactly. We're like, this is a good idea. Smash. Yep. At the beginning of this of Sorcery of the Crown of Kings of this chapter, yeah. Oh man. All right. Going once. Well, maybe, but with the, I mean, I guess, but I'm wondering about that though, Echo, because like Nif is, for example, the stench spell. I can't imagine the stench spell does anything. But then I worry that, like, why put it in? I don't know. I can try to sort of go through and cut down on the red herring spells, but it just, sometimes it feels like a spell that I think is a red herring isn't, like that one in the last tower. So, okay. We are going to go to the tower, which is here. The sun begins to dip, heading towards the horizon. You enter the next tower. 2 steps in, you freeze. A giant is standing in front of you. We can look at the giant. We can draw our sword. Or we can cast a spell. It is long, yes. It is long. Well worth it, though, Epic. Storm King's Thunder time. There were so many moments, by the way, Echo, in the Honor Among Thieves movie where there were references to things that came up in Storm King's Thunder in our campaign. It was pretty cool. Okay. Big. We can become a giant. Cast Big. No, I wouldn't say that. It was more references to things that the characters ran into. There was no tuxedo for... okay, we don't have a rock demon. We don't have that tooth. There's no tuxedo for orcs either. I just did that one. Come on. Zen. We could hover in the air. I'm not 100% sure why that works. Zen. I mean, so that it can smash us to the ground. But maybe. We have big already. Oh, we could also summon a giant. We have a giant. We could summon a giant. It uses a giant's tooth, but I mean, you know. We could definitely summon a giant. We could read minds. That doesn't cost us anything unless the thing decides to attack us. We could do that. No phony or dwarf cleric who kept praising Foltest. No. No. Bet Nishka was in the film Tiefling. I don't want to give anything away because I don't want to have any spoilers, but if you like, I think it's good for a lot of people, but frankly, if you like D&D, you absolutely should go see this movie. It is very, very D&D resonant. And unlike the previous D&D movie, it's written by people who actually like D&D, so that it's not like, let's have a movie that makes fun of the whole game. I mean, it doesn't take itself too seriously. It's a romp. It's goofy at times, but it can also be poignant, and it's not making fun of people who play it, which is what I felt the 2000s movie did. So I liked it. Summon Darkness. See, here's a situation, Echo, where most of these things I can see value to. Oh, you don't like Chris Pine? What's wrong with Chris Pine? He's a cool dude. I like Chris Pine. Oh, I literally just did that. Okay. I accepted him as a bard. I thought he was very good in that role. I thought that he had the perfect blend of kind of charm, and I thought I like Chris Pine anyway, but I thought he acted very well in that. Exactly, Depic Quack. It's laughing with but not at. That's exactly right. And that's a big difference in this film, too. Big difference. I totally agree, Leoric. I really, really liked it a lot. Well, yeah, but the second Wonder Woman movie, though, the problem with there is that's a horrible script. I mean, like, the second Wonder Woman movie, blah. I thought he was fine in the first one. The second one, ugh. I also think he's very good in the Star Trek films, and I know that that's not a popular opinion with everyone because a lot of people are like, the Star Trek reboots suck. I don't agree. I think that I say this as a huge original series fan, but I think they recaptured some of the energy and vitality which the series desperately needed. They actually asked him about that. He's done 3 Star Trek movies, and he said, I'd like to do a lot more. So he apparently loves those movies, and they clearly, this D&D movie is clearly set up to be a franchise. Clearly set up. No question. Oh, sorry, Quack. Let me get that up there. The Beyond movie. Yeah, I liked the first one. I thought the second one was good too, and I thought it was a surprising anti-typical approach to terrorist movie. Surprisingly so. I mean, there's stuff there that's literally about, you know, like we could just take out these terrorists now, and the movie that basically challenges that assumption big time. It surprised me. One of the most surprisingly big budget anti-standard approach to defensive strategy in this country that I can remember. So Not perfect. Also, it had Benedict Cumberbatch, so that's also good. Not perfect, but I liked it. But again, you know, in general, and it had Chris Hemsworth in it. You know, it had other Chris's. All right, last call, last call. And yeah, I can see value in all of this. I can see value in drawing the sword, casting big to grow in size. Casting Zen seems a little silly to me, but summoning a giant obviously makes sense. Tell, reading minds, I can see the logic there. Casting fog, summoning darkness, 1 stamina, can totally see that. Yeah. Yeah, this was not right. This was very much, this is a self-contained story in Honor Among Thieves, very much so. But it clearly sets up for having stories involving these characters in the future. Clearly. And they'll probably get there because it made $75 million on the first weekend. They're going to pass their budget. They did well with this. So Right. I want to see a giant fight because apparently I'm 10. Oh, nice. There you go, chat. Okay. All right, we're going to look at the giant. The giant is milling around the space without clear purpose. It is clearly under some form of enchantment. You notice something else. Something large and white is hanging from the ceiling above you. You look up. The white thing near the ceiling looks back through 2 enormous eye sockets. It is a gigantic humanoid skull. Something drops down from it and hits the floor. It appears to be an oversized tooth. A moment later, the tooth begins to fizz. Okay, so this is the Yob Tower, basically. A cloud of smoke wells up, and from it steps a giant. Another tooth tumbles from the skull in the ceiling. Okay. Well, $ vote space 1 is keep watching. $ vote space 2 is grab the tooth. We can get another giant's tooth. Let's get the tooth. Get it. $ vote space 1 is keep watching. 2 is get the tooth. I want the tooth. You can't handle the tooth. We live in a world filled of towers, Cappy. Towers where giant's teeth rain down on you. Either way, I don't give a damn if you think that sitting in a tower with giant tooth raining on top of your head is worth it. All right, last call, last call. Going once. Going twice. It is a very odd tower. Okay, we're going to grab the tooth. You snatch the tooth from the ground. It is hot to the touch, but cools rapidly in your palm. Okay, so now, chat. I assume make a move means that we leave the tower if we can. So now, because I am the Analander. So now, $ vote space 1 means we cast fog, which summons darkness. That's 1 stamina. 2 is tell. That means we read minds. Big means grow in size. That's 1 stamina. 3 is cast Zen, hover in air. 4 is cast Yob, which is summon a giant. Or 5 is, did I do the right? Fog, tell, big, Zen. 1 is fog, 2 is tell, 3 is big, 4 is Zen, 5 is Yob, and then 6 is make a move. And you know what to do next, make a move. And you want it, you got it. If you want it, baby giant's tower. Just bust a tooth. Oh, yeah, The giant's yellow. He says, giant's in yellow. He says hello. Come get destroyed by me. Come get obliterated by my club. Watch me punch you out the door, you fine fellow. We used to interact with the giant skull in the sky. Now I'm thinking, Leoric, giant skull in the sky. It's gonna drop a tooth before it dies. Gonna go to the place, it's the best. I assuming that baby was, you want it, baby. I'm assuming the baby is a baby, you. I'm guessing that's what that is. I was thinking about, actually, there's a video of that where where Glee did a cover of it, which is, and it's one of those things where it's like, oh, that's a good cover, and then you're like, it's extraordinarily creepy that the Glee club with the like teacher of the club is actually singing this with the high schoolers. Like, it's one of those things where you're like, Run over there without a second to lose. You know what to do next. Bust a move. Glee survives no actual assessment. No, but I will say this about Glee. Glee has what I would argue is maybe the best pilot episode of a show. Now, afterwards, Glee goes into very silly places, but the pilot episode is exceptionally good, because in a pilot you want to establish the characters, you want to establish the stakes, you want to establish who's going to be, why the thing is going to matter, why you're going to care. The pilot episode for Glee does all of that. And in fact, the end sequence where they're doing the Don't Stop Believing thing just on the stage, exceedingly well done. Extremely well done. After that, I don't know. I mean, I watched, an episode here, an episode there, and then Glee kind of like just fell apart and collapsed, and but that pilot episode is amazing. So it's just odd. It's like saying, like Man of Steel has lots of problems, but I've said many times that the trailer for Man of Steel is the greatest trailer ever made. It's incredible. Incredible. Like, does everything. And then the movie was, So, yes, thank you, Echo. Yes, we have about 40 minutes to go. All right, so let's make a move, as Chad is determined. The giants are stomping around each other, making the ground shake. There's no safe way to the other side of the chamber, and it gives us two options of the same thing. Retreat through the near door, cast a spell, or retreat through the near door. So we have to retreat multiple times. So, instead of doing that, we're going to have to obviously cast a spell. So I'm going to open this up. What do we want to do, chat? Fog, summon darkness 1 stamina. Tell, to read minds. Big, to grow in size. That's 1 stamina. Zen, to hover in the air. Or Yob, to summon a giant. Because otherwise it's going to make us retreat, and we don't want to do that. I mean, well, you want to vote to retreat? Well, I'm not. The only reason I'm not giving that as an option is because I thought we're kind of moving forward and we have options to do that. I mean, I guess if the spell that we use doesn't work, then we can always be like, but most of this either uses only 1 stamina, Fog and Big, or doesn't use any stamina, read minds, hover in air, summon a giant. Since the giants aren't coming over to us, I guess we could read minds safely and find out what, if anything, the giants are thinking, because that doesn't cost us any stamina. We have the skull cap, so like. That's interesting. I hadn't thought about that, Quack. So you think that the idea of Zen is to get us over the shaking ground. I did not think about that. That's a good call. Maybe you're right. The one we just left, Echo. The minefield tower is the one that we just left. What if they want a Taco Bell run? Chalupa. I hadn't thought about that. That's a good call, Quack. Maybe. Where is my burrito? I had yesterday after Little Arv and I saw the movie. We got dinner at a Guatemalan restaurant, which was pretty good. It was like a mix of Guatemalan and Peruvian. It's like Guatemalan Peruvian cuisine, and we ended up having. I had like this breaded chicken with rice and beans, but there was like some special, like some spices and stuff that they added to it, plus salad, and I can't remember what they called it. But it was pretty good. This tower. So, let me pop this up here. So, we came from here, and we're trying to get out, which would allow us presumably to go down here. And we've been here, 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 here. I think we might have been here. I'm not sure. We've definitely been here. That was the minefield tower. And now here. That's true. Fog could make it worse if they panic. That's true. All right. Last call. And going once. Going to attempt to summon a giant according to Echo. Okay, it looks like we are hovering in air. Interesting. I had not thought about the shaking. I was just thinking about the giants. I'm just like, maybe we want to avoid the giants? Zen. You move the starlight into order around you, and the medallion begins to glow as you rise gently up into the air. Another tooth tumbles in the skull. I'm going to grab the tooth on this one. Oh, God. Okay, so... Not fast enough. Do we float to the skull or leave the room? Or cast a spell. So we have cast Zen. Now, I don't know if we can leave the room, but we could try. Maybe it was... So just chat, be aware. Zen is not going to last forever. Maybe now we can leave the room because we're floating. Or we could try to float over to the skull. Or we could cast Tell, Big, Yob, or Fog. Tell is read minds. Big is grow in size. Yob is summon a giant. Fog is summon darkness. So we can float to the skull, cast Tell, Big, Yob, or Fog, or leave the room. Yeah, and I don't know either. I know that the skull is above us, but I don't know, like, how far compared to the giants. Just floating instead. Okay, last call, last call. Move it, boy. Skull. Maybe it'll be the power of Grayskull. All right, looks like chat wants us to do this, so. You float over to the skull. It is a giant's head, the lower jaw cavity stuffed full of giant's teeth. Oh my gosh. Okay. I don't totally know what to do on this one, chat. So grab a handful. Now listen, giant's teeth are very useful for giant spells. However, we've already got a couple of giant's tooth spells. So if we break the jaw, I don't know if that's good or bad. Like if we grab a handful, then that's good for our spells. If we break the jaw, I don't know if that means that we get 1,000,000 giants below us, or if that means that it's going to stop dropping teeth. You know what I mean? So $ vote space 1 is $1 vote space 1 is grab a handful. $ vote space 2 is break the jaw. I don't know if grabbing a handful means we reduce the number of teeth that are dropping, or if breaking the jaw stops it from doing any of this. I don't know. Risk is a factor in a proper adventure. All right, fair enough. I just think what I'm getting here is a lot of the gamer reaction to, there's loot, you know. But look, though, loot. Oh, I already did that. Sorry. Going once, going twice. Okay. Tub of things. I labeled and saved all that. Mm-hmm. That is true, Epic. I was wondering about that, too. You grab a thick handful of giant's teeth, then float away just as one of the giants comes to swat you from the air. Your weight returns and you settle gradually back down to the ground. Well, now we've got a lot of giant's teeth. So now that we have all those, in fact, let me see how many exactly. We have got 10 giant's teeth. We've got plenty of teeth. So now the question is, do we cast a spell or leave the room? And if it says that it's unsafe to cross the room, then we still have these abilities. We could definitely summon a giant. I don't know what that does, but we could do that, or we could cast Tell, or we could just cast Big. I mean, if we cast Big and we grow in size, maybe they think we're a giant and they leave us alone and we walk over to the other door. Right? I mean, so there's that too. Summon 10 giants to trot upon the Archmage. We hold in the 10th of teeths. Man, when I was younger, I could have imagined some use for a spell that would give me a giant if I had giant's teeth. Make a giant. Pow. Giant. Time to make a giant. Pow. We slew thy mouth, for we thy defied the giants, for now we hold in the 10th of teeths. Get thee to a teethery. Why wouldst thou be a breeder of cavities? I am myself indifferent honest, and yet I could accuse myself of things it were better that my dentist had not helped me. I don't know. I don't know where I was going with that. Let's do the magical equivalent. And thou you dig a hole to escape. The child in me wants to do the magical equivalent of 3 kids in a trench coat. Or like 3 giants in a trench coat, which would be a very large trench coat, to be honest. Of course, part of the problem is that I always imagine giants. My problem is that I have a tendency to overestimate giant size, right? Because I tend to think of giants in the sort of Shadow of the Colossus theory, where they're like 50 feet tall, you know what I mean? Like, and in reality, a giant, as described even in D&D, can sometimes be like 18 to 20 feet tall, which is, a giant, very big, but it's not like a colossus or something. 3 Mr. X's. Oh, so you didn't have to take painkillers today because I'm glad, Emily. All right. I'm going to leave the room. Giants in the room can barely move around each other. You might be able to slip between their feet. Ah! You slip past a gigantic pair of ankles, vault an oversized boot, and are out the opposite door before anything can pulverize you. Let's go! And we got 10 giant's teeth. What's up? You step back out onto the path and make your way along it. You pause, enjoying the open air outside the tower, and take a moment to count your collection of giant teeth. You now have 10. 10! What path will you now take? All right. So, the choices that we have now, chat, are as follows. $vote space 1 means we go up here to take this path, because we have not yet gone to, like, here, right? We have not yet gone here, or there, so we haven't gone to those. So we could do that, or we could go into this tower and just keep kind of working our way around. So we could go south. So $vote space 1 means we go north up here to these towers. $ vote space 2 means we keep going in this direction that we've been going to this tower to the south. So $ vote space 1 is here. $ vote space 2 is here. We got a gigantic bite now. That's true. No, this is the final book. This is the last in the series. Oh, yeah. I can only imagine, right, Emily, that it's just this massive weight lifted off you. When I was dealing, so again, $ vote space 1 is here. $ vote space 2 is here. When I was dealing with my the atrial fibrillation issue, and so for a while my heart was out of rhythm. I talked about this for a few days. I was hospitalized for it twice. The first time when, because again, my heart, it was just, I would not wish it on my worst enemy. Like I had 160 pulse, like 160 heart rate. It was bad. It was not good. And I remember when they cardioverted it, when I got back into rhythm, the experience of feeling my normal heartbeat, like just the calm of it, the sort of just the oh my God, it was it's hard to describe how much better it felt than before when I didn't have that thing hanging over my head. And specifically, I didn't have this constant physical reality of what I was dealing with. So that's the only thing I can imagine that would be close to something like this in terms of the pain you were dealing with, Emily. Like that part of it at least is lifted off at least. So I can only imagine. So I'm very glad about that. Hey, Drew has arrived. What's up, Drew? Good to see you, Drew. We're going to be playing tonight, by the way, chat, for those of you who came in a little bit later. We are playing until about 10:45, so for another almost half an hour, a little bit under 25 minutes or so, because after that, I need to go pick up my wife from the airport, and it is a long drive, because I'm picking her up basically from New York, so I got to go drive my way down there. No traffic this time of night, so that should be good, but I have to head out. But I'm really happy that I actually got this stream in today. It means that I was able to get all my streams in, basically, with a few tweaks, but mostly. So I'm glad about that relief for sure. Okay, last call. Okay. All right, we're going to go up this way to the path. You stand outside a tower, paths snaking this way and that around you. Overhead to the west, a high walkway flies overhead. What? Overhead to the west, a high walkway flies. I wish they'd gone through some of these. Okay, so we just came from the southeast, and we're not going to go back east because we came from there. So we got two simple choices, chat. $ vote space 1 means we go north because we have not yet been in this tower right here. $ vote space 2 means south because we also have not been in this tower. So north, $ vote space 1 is this tower. South, whoops. $ vote space 2 is this tower. 1 for north to this tower, 2 for south to this tower. And again, fair warning, chat, that I reserve the right to run through a lot of this to get us close to the end, because I think we're only going to have 1 or 2 more sessions of this before we move on to Jedi Survivor, which releases in about 13 days. And I mention that only because I don't want to leave this game and play Survivor and then come back to it, and I don't want to play like 8 more sessions of this game while the Jedi Survivor is sitting out there. It's just not a good idea for any number of reasons. I really want to play Survivor when it comes out. So I'm just letting folks know that I may do that. Also, this is day 11, so we've gotten a lot of sessions of this game, and so I feel like we've played a lot of it, and I think we know what we're headed for. So it's been awesome, but I'm letting folks know that I may do that off stream. Yo, yeah, that's right. And you got in and put the kids all done. So it went well, Drew? How was it? All good? I saw the pictures in Discord. Very cool. Awesome. Okay, so it looks like chat wants to go north. The sun lowers towards the horizon. It will be dark soon. You approach the next tower boldly. A gloomy silence descends. This is a squat, fetid stone room. But in the center, something is moving. We can call out. We can step closer. Or we can turn back. Yeah. Although I will say, Epic, that if you get the chance to try this also on your own, this game, especially from the beginning of the series, from book 1, the games are brilliant and provide multiple options and opportunities for replayability. I will almost certainly, and I don't generally replay games because there's so many games out there, I'm usually like, I'll just play something else. There are exceptions. I've replayed Final Fantasy Tactics, which is one of my favorite games of all time, a couple times. Same thing with Baldur's Gate. Same thing with Ultima Underworld. So there's some games that I'll play again. But this is a game that I could see myself playing again, especially maybe on the Steam Deck, because it would be appropriate for that setup. But yeah, like just it's worth your while to do it there. And it's too bad that Inkle is not pro GOG. They've said that they didn't want to put it on GOG at the time because they felt like the sales weren't worth it, and it was too open to piracy, which I think is silly and not at all true. Later on, they put stuff on GOG. So they put Around the World in 80 Days is on there and stuff like that. So I don't fully understand why, that came later than these games. So I don't understand. And I think Heaven's Vault is also on GOG too. So I don't know. I wish they would put. So in other words, the point is Inkle put their other games, their later games on GOG. I just wish they would, put this one on there too. But they didn't. So Steam. You got suckered into taking photos for the Rotary Club. Oh, man. See, Drew, I'm not going to give away the surprise. I'm just going to say that I hope a circumstance that you and I previously spoke about would not, well, I mean, you would get, well, all right. You know what? It doesn't matter. You're going to get remunerated anyway. So I guess it doesn't matter. Going once. Going twice. Yeah. And it originally was designed for a touch, interface, which you can tell. Played a couple of games like that. I played Lone Wolf, the Lone Wolf game on here like that. Oh, yeah. Okay. Well, that's the problem. Yeah, they sucker you in. Well, you know the way to deal with that, Drew. Just suck at your job. Just be a worse photographer. That's all you have to do. Just take crappy, blurry photos and... All right, we're going to call out. Who's there, you demand? The creature, whatever it is, hisses in reply. Its form coils this way and that around the chamber. Yee, okay. Well, $ vote space 1 means step closer. $ vote space 2 means turn back. Was that Neocab, Emily, that you went back and replayed? It was your wife that suckered you in. Okay, well, listen, then, not much you can do there. Okay. Yep, I could see that. I'm a little surprised you wouldn't take a shot at Purgatory, though. I think Purgatory's free. You could replay that. Although maybe you feel like you've already had it and you would keep hearing Zach's voice in your head as Sean all the time. Maybe that's part of it. All right, last call, chat, last call. Going once. You got everything you needed out of Purgatory. Okay. Going twice. Okay. Except Sean being censored. All right. Step closer. You step closer to the creature. With a loud hissing and snorting noise, it rises up to its full height. It is a foul, many-faced hydra. Oh, that's an original one from the book. Well, crap. That's... All right, chat. There we go. That should be fine, right? Yay! Okay. So we can look at it. Wait to see what it does. Draw our sword. Or cast a spell. Hydra and its mom. Okay. Well, we can hit it with lightning. Yep. Yeah, I got it, Echo. Thanks. No, I think your clock's a little fast. I have, about 17 minutes. A little longer than that. But I appreciate you letting me know. Walk. Okay, that's right. Cast Walk. You create a stir fry. The Hydra loves it. It tells you how to defeat the Archmage. One stamina and one GP. Now, waka waka waka. Okay. H O. Oh, jeez. How and hot. Cast How. That's find safe passage and one stamina. Or Fireball. Whoops. Okay, that's hot. And how? We already got Zap, right? We got W. What about R? Oh. Rock turn to stone. Yes. Forgot about that. We do have some stone dust, although to get to the to get through the Throban doors, we are going to need some stone dust. And I think we've only got the one dose of it, so just be aware. Rock. Or sharpen our blade. We have tons of beeswax, so... Okay. I think I did all the rest of this. Nope, 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 nope. There we go. Okay. What's up, Dragon Spear? Almost. I mean, not almost. I should say pretty much, because after this, I probably am going to play through a bunch of this off stream, because I think we're only going to have one or maybe two more sessions of this at most, and then Jedi Survivor April 28th. So almost Dragon Spear. In case people are curious, Dragon Spear's been avoiding this because he wants to play this and because he refuses to get caught up himself. So because of that, he's been avoiding it because of spoilers. So, but we're getting there, Dragon. Like I say, after tonight, I'll probably play through a bunch more of it off stream, and we'll get us to the point where we only have one session, maybe two sessions at most to do it. You're 3 chapters behind. Well, whose fault is that? The game's been out for 7 years. And I played a ton of Ghost of Tsushima, Dragon, so I have played the other stuff. Although, I am excited for Jedi Survivor. Fair enough, fair enough. That's true. Echo specifically mentioned the need to try to Dragon Spear troll. Chris is going to grill for Dragon Spear. Going to get a little bit of Michigan, you know, not far off of Detroit meetups. All right, let's get these votes in, chat. We have a little under 15 minutes left. Whoa, wait a minute. What do we got here? Hold on. So apparently, they just landed in Cancun because weather in JFK is delaying their entry. Oh, interesting. Well, all right, hang on, Chad. I need to check what that means. Maybe that means we have more time. Because I'm not going to bed. I'm staying up, and then I'm going to pick my wife up at the airport. So maybe we just, I'm going to need about an hour and 15 minutes to. Oh wait, she just called. All right, hang on. Let me call. All right, it's being a little. I'm restarting my phone. It's being a little funky. So apparently there are weather issues in JFK, so they diverted to Cancun, and I don't know what that means now. They just landed in Cancun, so I don't know if that means that they're now. Like she didn't specify, but I looked and it does confirm that it diverted to Cancun. So I don't know if that means that they're going to now fly in tomorrow, which that's not great because that's going to screw up a bunch of stuff here, or if it means that they're just there and refueling and then they're going to go back out again. Yeah, I mean, how would you divert to Cancun? Like, why wouldn't you divert to someplace closer? Divert to like Atlanta or something. Like, anyway, that's frustrating. So now I'm trying to get. All right, bear with me as I resolve this, chat. Looks like we have more time together anyway, but hang on. Yeah, she's fine. Oh yeah. Yeah, so she says phone's at 10% battery. I would have hoped that the plane would have had, or the airport or something would have had a way to actually like find that. Would have figured out a way to, deal with that. Like have a charge, like a place where she could plug in to charge. But in any case, but yeah, she's fine, and I see that they've landed and excuse me, and they're fine there. But I wonder how long the flight is from. In fact, wow. So yeah. Yeah, my wife is not happy about this. She says, asks, why are we in freaking Cancun when we've been in the air for 4 hours after 1 hour from San Jose? Because, and I'll tell you why, chat, because I was thinking this just as I saw. Let me see if I can pop this up here. Okay, let me move this so that there's no. Okay. Right. Okay, so let me go full screen for this. Check this out. Okay, you see that Sal? That's El Salvador where they left from. Look how far they flew up literally over Florida before they turn around and come all the way back to Cancun, Mexico. Cancun has got to be, what, an hour and a half maybe from Salvador? But they went all the way up to Florida, turned around, and came back to Cancun. What? Like, are you joking? Like, what? I just... What? I mean... Yeah, I don't know what, like, is that just something where, I mean, I don't know whether that's something that they're getting that information, but like, why would you fly? Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Dragon. Why wouldn't you land in Miami or something? Or like, you know, or again, if they're up in Florida, maybe, I mean, so, okay, so maybe the airline itself, like their hub, because maybe El Salvador, I don't know, but like maybe one of their hubs is Cancun, but like, look at this map. Okay, so fine. So they can't go to JFK because of whatever the weather's like, right? Explain to me why you can't, with the amount that they looped to go all the way back. Come on, you can do this, phone. With the way that they looped all the way back to go to Cancun, why don't you just go up and land in Atlanta, which is a massive airport hub? And then at least you're in Atlanta and you're that much closer and you can get something which is, I don't know, 2.5 hour flight, maybe the rest of the way to JFK or something. Why would you go to Florida? You didn't know before? You weren't like, oh, wait, maybe there's a problem. And then you touch down in Cancun? Well, I understand the weather can change incredibly quickly, Lyric, but like, if weather changes incredibly quickly, then may I humbly suggest that you go to another airport that's closer, because as you can see clearly from this map, which also has radar, there is no rain to be seen over most of the mid-Atlantic eastern seaboard of the United States right now. So, like, you can't land in Atlanta? Don't they have pretty good airports in Charlotte? Like, I don't... Right, exactly. Right, because she has to clear customs again and everything? Like, what? Wow. That's special. And I mean, they're all, and the plane is an Airbus. It's standard, you know. Odd. Very odd. No, well, but it's not. The air lane is, I think it's an El Salvadorian. I don't know for sure. I don't actually know. Actually, I should be able to figure that out. So the okay. It is. Okay, that's why. It's a Mexican airline that's based in Santa Fe and in Mexico City, and they have focus cities, they call it, in Cancun. So that's why. But it is an Airbus A380. I mean, an Airbus is a legit, you know, very legit plane. But yeah. Oh, really, Lyric? But I bet yes. So I imagine that's why. I mean, and I know that part of the reason for this was they're trying to, I mean, you know, it's not like a, you know, Bob's Discount Airline, but they were trying to not overspend and the whole bit. But like, And also, what? Okay, one last thing, and I'm sorry, chat. Then we'll get back to playing, since clearly I'm going to be with you for longer tonight. Forget my 10:45 thing. I mean, we got some more time to play tonight. But I want to see what exactly is the weather at JFK. Arrival traffic is experiencing airborne delays of 15 minutes or less. Conditions for flying are fair. 57 degrees. 30% chance of light rain. The hell is this? What is this? How is this bad weather? Cloudy with a 50% chance of showers. Small areas of fog. I mean, what? Oh my God, Lyric. I mean, but what? I don't. Now it does say, delay status in JFK is significant but decreasing. So it does say that there has been delay status that was higher. So maybe there were problems before. But I mean, the wind is like 3 miles an hour. There's no wind. Listen, y'all. I miss my wife and I want my wife back. And I want to make sure she gets back safely. So there's a part of me that's like, yo, are you being careful with my wife? Because they were scheduled to land at JFK at 11. And obviously that's not happening now. Woof. Well, I appreciate that. All right, I'm just gonna put this up at you. Wow, this thing, you can even replay this. You can they have this thing on here that you can actually replay. You can replay this flight. So like, they're flying up here, and then they go, whoops. Okay, I have to show you this. This is too funny. Oh my God. This is too funny. All right, wait. I have to show you this. This is really funny. I mean, it's not for my poor wife, and I'm not happy about this either, but like, all right, so hang on a second. Let me just get this zoomed in properly. Okay, so here we go, chat. So there's this, right? Okay, now watch when I replay it. There's the plane. Bum ba ba. Ba ba da ba ba ba. Da 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 ba 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 da 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 da. Whoops! Like, what the hell are you doing? Why would you do this? Sorry, our bad. What the hell are you doing? What? I feel like I'm watching Benny Hill. Oh my god. Yeah, no, we need Shatter Mage. That's true. I don't think I've ever seen that where you have a situation where, because like, okay, so it's a Mexican airline, so they have to divert. They can't get anyone. They can't get anyone to approve. They can't get an American airport to get him to land. They've got at least 3 airports nearby that they can't divert to Miami. Aren't there a few Mexican airlines going through Miami? They can't divert to. There's an airport in Jacksonville. They got up to close to Jacksonville. Can't they go there? Or Georgia, like Atlanta, like I said, or like it literally, or land in Tampa. What? I can't imagine that, or all those airports are like, nope, sorry. We don't allow anyone in our, sorry, no Mexican airlines here. You're going to have to go back to Cancun. What? You can't divert to New Orleans? At least, or something even? I mean, I can't believe that it just literally looped around. This is something which my wife will find funny in the future. All right, sorry, she just texted me. They're following the USPS path generation system. Something. And she also said, she's like, I'm okay. I have some concerns bubbling. I won't go into all the stuff she says, but she's like, there's a toddler screaming. My book's on my phone. It's going to die. I'm hungry. She says, sigh, but at least my retreat was perfection. So that's good. But like, I just can't even, I can't even like, what the flip? I can't. That's wild. That's wild. Well, I'm going to leave that up there so that I can actually see that over time, chat. But like, yeah, I mean, she's fine, but like it just, I would have loved for her to just have a nice, because she had such a good retreat, have a nice, like, she gets there, leisurely landing. I pick her, just all nice. Now, who the hell knows? Because it sounds like, I'm hoping that she can at least get the message through to me before her phone completely dies, that she can get a message through to me that says, because I'm assuming they're still in the plane, so they're on the runway. So I guess they're refueling and they're going to take off from Cancun and then loop back around again? And also, oh God, I one last thing, and I promise we'll get back to playing. I'm sorry, Chad, but I am both sort of surprised, bemused, and a little irritated. Yeah, also the Cancun to JFK flight time is still 4 hours. So, by doing that, it means that even if they took off in the next 3 minutes, they're still not going to be there till 2 in the morning. Yeah, but the thing is, though, Dragon, they were told on no uncertain terms that they had to really minimize the amount that they took to this thing for a variety of reasons. And the truth is that if they're on an Airbus A380, I've flown on Airbuses, they've got to have a charger in the seat. I don't understand, I would assume. But, it's just... Oh, God almighty. All right, chat. Well, guess what? We're together for a while tonight, all right? Let's get ready for a long session. unless she tells me, I mean, what's going to happen is if she tells me that they're going to fly, that they're going to put him up in a hotel and they're going to fly out tomorrow morning sometime like 7 in the morning or something, then I will get, then we'll run tonight until like 12:30. And, then we'll have like a normal length stream for a Saturday, and then that's that. But if she tells me that they are going to be taken off again and they're going to be getting in at 2 in the morning, I'm going to pick her the hell up at 2:30 in the morning after she clears customs. And that means I'm with all of you because kids are in bed and that's what we're doing. So. Right, Echo, right. Yeah, Dragon. It depends if you go on this retreat, Yeah, seriously. It's Mexico. They have bottles of tequila in place of chargers. I mean, at least they're in Cancun, which is a resort itself, I guess. So, yeah. She's with a group that she went down with, a group of people that arranged and set up this retreat. So she's with people, fortunately. Like these people all came out of New York. They all flew out together. There were like, I think, like 20 to 30 of them or something. So it's not like she's like alone on the plane by herself with with just a bunch of strangers. Like she knows these people and they're all in that together. So that's good, but just, but, okay, chat, I'm going to show you one more thing and then I swear we're getting back to the game. This one I will show you because this, okay, let me see if it's, yep. All right, hang on. Okay, here we go. This was recorded before she left. Isn't that awesome? And this is not like one of those like swim with dolphins at SeaWorld. This is like just there. Just happy dolphins out in the ocean. That's awesome. I love dolphins. That's pretty awesome. So, that, there were compensations for this, is my point. Yeah, plane had to divert. The majority of passengers were frat bro douchebags, and when the pilot asked where they go, they all yelled, Cancun! Exactly. Yeah. I bet that's how it went down. God almighty, man. Anyway. Okay, well, let's get back into some play, chat, shall we? Let's go beat some. Like I'm going to assume, let's go beat up the Archmage and take out the Hydra too while we're at it. All right, so we need some more votes here, chat. We have got right now. Wait to see what it does. Draw our sword, and then cast a bunch of spells that you can see. So we need more votes. So please get your votes in now. Let's do it. Spread the word. Let's get people in here. All right, we got 3 votes. You asked, I delivered. We got look at it, wait to see. Votes that actually will help break this tie. There you go. Going once, going twice. All right. Look at it. You look over the serpent. Its faces are varied, though all are foul. They seem to fight for dominance over the body. Okay, that's a little troubling. So, do we wait to see what it does? Do we talk to it, draw our sword, or do those other things? Okay. Nice try, Cujo. Cujo, shouldn't you be sitting there waiting, mourning the freaking... Actually, wait, no. Which hockey team are you a fan of? Cujo was a Blues goalie, but you're not a St. Louis Blues guy, are you? Or are you? You thought you had time. So shouldn't you just be waiting there for your team to get obliterated by the Bruins? Whichever team you're a fan of, assuming it's not the Bruins? Oh, okay. Talk to it. I wonder what face we're going to talk to. You want to talk to this face? Talk to this face? Or this face? Or this face? I love these illustrations, though. And this, as I said, is from the original book, although the book doesn't have these towers. But it's just... I guess what I would say is it's evocative, but there's charm to it. There's life to it. Is it a perfect drawing? No. But it has such evocative detail that you just feel it's just I don't know how to and I don't want to say charm because that makes it seem like quaint. It's not that. There's a kind of liveliness to it, I guess. It'll be the lightning that will be obliterated. Yeah. Well, that's true. Same, Cujo, same. I'm a big Celtics fan. I was happy they won tonight. I'm a big Red Sox fan, obviously. I am obviously a Yukon Huskies fan, but I am not a New England Patriots guy. I am a Pittsburgh Steelers guy, and I am definitively cannot be a Bruins guy because I grew up as a Hartford Whalers fan watching the Bruins crush the Whalers on a regular basis. I cannot then be like, oh, yay, Bruins. Like, I can't go down. It'd be so much easier if I could just be a one city straight fan and everything was just Boston and then UConn's my alma mater college and there you go. But I can't be that way. So when everyone's like, you're a Red Sox fan, but you're not a Pats fan, I'm like, no, I'm not a Pats fan. You know? I know. Yeah, you still got the Red Sox fan clip. Well, not going to be having a fan clip, I think, of the Red Sox this year, Echo, unfortunately. But I have the Celtics. I am very, very excited to see how the Celtics do in the playoffs. We shall see. I watched them a fair bit in the regular season. And I already had a good year sports-wise because my Huskies won a championship. So I already feel quite pleased about that. Yeah. You always make this same joke, and it's always wrong, all right? I am not a Yankees, Rangers, or Jets fan. No, definitively not. The one that I'm most neutral about in that group is probably the Rangers because I kind of, when the Whalers left, I kind of was like, I couldn't really get myself fired up to be a Carolina Hurricanes fan. I was like, whatever. So I guess I sort of thought I might be a Devils fan because I had some New Jersey roots, but I'm not. I mean, I would love to see Hartford get a pro hockey team again, which they deserve. They would eat that up. It's a good market for that. I actually live not that far from where the minor league affiliate of the Islanders play, the Bridgeport Islanders. But again, I'm like, okay, so I would be an Islanders fan? I don't know. You and most of Carolina. Well, yeah, shocking that people in Carolina were not wild about, didn't adore the concept of hockey. I can't imagine. Yeah, I hear you, Drew. Okay, so we are going to talk to it. Should be interesting. Greetings, creature. You begin. The creature spits, its face is snapping and hissing, but it seems it cannot talk. Greetings, creature. I see you have many faces. All of your faces are appreciated by me. I love the variety. Like, what exactly conversation are we going to have with this thing? Oh, man. Just talk to it, Bob. Talk to it. Make it say something, Bob. Okay. So what are we going to do, Chad? Hey, VTAC. What's going on? Been a little while, VTAC. Good to see you. Hello there. How you been, VTAC? Good to see you as always. So yes, so there we go, chat. So $sign vote space 1 to wait to see what it does. 2 to draw the sword. 3 to cast Raz, sharpen a blade. 4 to cast Zap, that's lightning, 3 stamina. 5 to cast Walk, create a shield, 1 stamina, 1 gold. 6 to cast How, find safe passage, 1 stamina. 7 to cast Hot, fireball, 3 stamina. Or 8 to cast Rock, turn to stone, uses stone dust. You've been well, that's awesome. VTech, I think you may have seen this already if you were sort of hanging around or watching my Twitter or anything like that, but I do want to mention, because I know of your tabletop roots, that I have this thing coming up, which I've been telling everyone about at the Klein Memorial Auditorium in Bridgeport, Connecticut, which is the kickoff event for my ARVCon charity convention to benefit the Damon Runyon Cancer Research Foundation. And it's a big tabletop event. Usually we do tons of events. We also do concert, but it's always virtual. But for the first time on Thursday, before the weekend where ARVCon is running, we're having a kickoff event of live in person. And it's in Southern Connecticut, in Bridgeport, Connecticut. But the thing is, they're $5 tickets in person, but also it's being live streamed offline, or online, I should say, as well. So wherever you live in the world, you could watch this with a $5 ticket, and it'll be hopefully restreamed on my channel as well. But anyway, I wanted to mention it because of the interest in tabletop stuff. That's right. I forgot you were a New Englander. So yes, then definitely take a look at that. In fact, Lotwook, who's in here, is from Connecticut. He was actually kind enough to put up some flyers for me at game stores and stuff like that, and at a couple of bookstores around. Now, I'm not in any way obligating you to anything. So just something to put on your radar screen to think about. I've been asking anyone who does live in the tri-state area if they would be interested or wouldn't mind, and they have a couple of like game stores or libraries they could put up flyers at. I would be willing to send you physical flyers, obviously my expense completely, to you if you would be willing to put a few of those up. And again, no harm, no foul. I'm not expecting miracles, but I'm just trying to spread the word for anyone. And of course, if you can come yourself, I'd love to see anyone there who might be able to, but just letting you know. Okay, I will do that. And sleep well, Emily, and thanks as always. So yeah, anyway, just letting you know about that. Okay. Yes, that would be lovely. If you could, I don't know if you're on my Discord. If not, definitely join the Discord, and you can message me there, or just whisper me on Twitch. If you just click on whispers, my whispers are open. Just whisper me on Twitch, and you can give me, if you're cool giving me your address, I will then send them off to you, and I will do that next week sometime. And thank you, VTAC. Again, no obligation, but I would, certainly welcome any spreading of the word. That would be super helpful. And I would love to meet anyone. Like I say, it's $5 tickets, free parking, $5 tickets. You just need to get yourself to Southern Connecticut and Bridgeport. But yeah. Okay. So we're going to wait to see what it does. You wait holding your place on the floor, but the creature does not advance. It simply moves its heads this way and that. That heads thing is a little troubling. Okay, so let's try out this new. It worked. Look at that, chat. It worked perfectly. Effect Life set it up so that we can now actually move the poll choices on here. So now we can do this, cast a spell, blah, 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 blah. And instead of, this way we keep everything in the same order as what you see on screen. So walk around the creature is the next question. So what would you like to do, chat? Would you like to draw a sword, cast one of those 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 spells that you see, or walk around the creature? Okay. All right. So draw a sword, cast Raz, Zapper, walk around the creature. Hi, Mrs. Dunsel. Yeah, it's a $ vote space. One more time. One more time. One more time. We're gonna vote right now to walk around. All right. That is just the funniest thing. I watching that thing fly up, fly all the way to Florida, then turn around and fly half the way back. Okay, bear with me, chat, because I'm still trying to figure this out. And for those of you just arriving, my wife is coming back from having been out of the country for about a week. I was supposed to be getting back, was actually supposed to have already landed in JFK, and I was going to be on my way as of about 15 minutes ago to go pick her up because it's about an hour to get to JFK at this time of night from where I am, and she has to clear customs and do all that kind of stuff. But the problem is that the plane that she was on diverted in quotes because of weather. Now, there's no weather problems at JFK right now at all, but there is something about a delay. So I'm guessing that other weather issues elsewhere sort of ripple affected what was happening in JFK. But what they did was they flew all the way up to literally the middle of Florida from El Salvador, looped around and flew all the way back down to Cancun in Mexico, which, to be clear, is maybe like an hour and 25 minutes from El Salvador. So they spent hours in the air that they had no reason to do. Like, there was no reason to do that at all. So now we're not, I mean, I'm looking at this description, and now it looks to me like they're planning on taking off from Cancun like in 40 minutes, but they're flying back to El Salvador. I don't think this is right. Central time is like an hour. Central time is an hour back, right? So right now it's 10:17 Central. It should be. Right? It's 11:17 Eastern, so it should be 10:17 Central, right? It's 1 hour back. So okay. Again, and this is going to happen for a little bit, chat, where I'm going to have to be slightly distracted, texting back and forth with my wife. So again, apologies. I'm not ignoring you. That was my computer, not yours. Just telling me that it scanned my computer and it's all good. So Hang on a second. Yeah, I'm just. That's why I'm letting her know. Here's the miracle of human flight. Oh, thank you, VTech. Oh man. Okay. I have to try to track down. I don't know what they're talking about here. I need to try to track down more information about this. The adventures of it really is weird. It's like this adventures of Mrs. Arv's return to America. Um, okay, let's see. And JFK, of course, doesn't even have this. Yeah, JFK now has it. This flight has been diverted, landed in a different airport than scheduled. Contact airline to obtain more information. This was the original destination. Um, I love. Okay, so everyone is. What's up, Hillness? Good to see you. Just spent 2 hours hanging out with neighbors. Eyes and fire allergies. Oh no, that sucks, dude. I'm sorry about that. So everyone is in agreement that this flight was officially diverted. The airline itself is in agreement that this landed in Cancun. I am aware that it landed in Cancun. Um, incredible. They were supposed to be, it's a 4-hour flight from where she took off to JFK. And then she spent 4 hours in the flight, partly because they got to Florida, looped around, and came all the way back. Like, not all the way back, but to Cancun back. I guess it could have been worse. I guess they could have gone to freaking... they could have gone all the way back to Costa Rica. This is wild. Okay. So let me just, oh, and I see I quickly got, all right, 1 second. Okay, just writing down something. Okay. Okay, good. So that's now addressed. I have got it and responded. VTech, thank you. Yeah, no, I found she let me know originally that they landed in Cancun. Oh my god. So they're going back to their flight was canceled. So they're going back to El Salvador and getting lodging and food. Well, crap. Because I saw this and I'm like, why is it saying... So yeah, they're flying back. Well, here's the thing I also don't understand. Why are they flying you back to El Salvador? You're in Cancun. I think there's a couple of hotels there. Put them the hell up in Cancun. If you didn't know how to actually land your plane somewhere in America, then get them lodging in Cancun. What are you making them freaking go back to El Salvador for? All right. Well, so what that means is that I'm not. Yeah, Earth's RNG, exactly. That means that I'm definitely not going to be up for another like 3-4 hours. So what I'll do is then it's 11:27. So we'll play for another hour and then I'll wrap at 12:30 because I'll need to be able to get up and get her whenever they flying back tomorrow. I mean, if they're flying back to El Salvador, then I assume that means that they'll leave San Salvador, which is where the main airport is, tomorrow. Again, it's a 4-hour flight to JFK. The other problem with this, though, is that I'm now going to be picking her up. Not, going in the middle of the night wasn't great, but the one thing it meant is zero traffic. Well, now there's not zero traffic anymore. So, but I mean, it's still a Sunday, so it's probably fine. But good gravy. I guess the good news is that I get to take, I mean, at least one of the kids. I don't know whether my... Okay, let me, so again, chat, I'm going to put you on, I'm going to put this on pause for a moment. I'm going to have to mute myself. I got to make a phone call or two because she also wants us to call a travel agent friend of ours and get her advice about what the best solution is for her to do. So, yeah, as a direct flight. But not if they do this. It makes sense to me, though, because it's about a 3-hour flight from Florida, from actually Orlando, to New York. So I don't think it makes some sense to me, that you just go straight up. And I think that makes sense to me, but not with this situation. Yeah, exactly, VTech. All right, so I've got to call up this travel agent friend of mine. Bear with me, chat. Huge apologies, but at least we're getting to hang out together. Please hang out with each other, and I will be back playing the game with you in a minute. And you can decide, you can continue to do your voting about what to do with this creature. I'll leave you with this pleasant image right here. There's your creature, so we can decide that. Okay. All right. Be right. Yeah, because the Earth is flat. That's clearly the reason. Okay. My apologies. So they're flying back to San Salvador in El Salvador. They're going to put them up. They've already brought them to a bus while they refueled and did all this stuff. Then they're going to put them on the plane, flying back to El Salvador. And then they're leaving tomorrow at 8 a.m. for an 8 a.m. flight nonstop back up to JFK. So it means that if all goes well, that means that I'm picking her up at like 1 in the afternoon tomorrow, which is, you know, unfortunate that she's not back even earlier. It's not a disaster, but it's kind of a, like, but I just, she spent like 4 hours, not even, she spent like 4.5 hours in the air for no reason because they just decided to loop around. And the person we were talking to, who's a dear friend of ours, travel agent friend, was just kind of like, well, they may not even have landing rights in the U.S. except in certain airports. I'm like, what? Like, you don't, so you don't have landing rights. So it wasn't an emergency. They're just like, nope, sorry, got to go back to Cancun. Like, what the? And she was just like, well, this airline is maybe you know, it was part of this whole thing to make the retreat affordable and you get what you pay for, maybe. I don't know. I just, woof. Okay, so I am going to say that our friend here sends her best. I send my love. And chat sends. All right, chat. What do you want to tell her? Give me quick. What do you want to send her? What positives do you want to send her? She said, oh, she's. Oh man, this is not happy times. Tell her pineapple. Our friend sends her best. I send my love, and you send her a pineapple. Is that pineapple? All right, pineapples. Tacos. High fives. From the ground. And positivity vibes from Norway. I will let you know what she says. Thank you for all the vibes, chat. Oh, man. Oh, God. One of many reasons I don't like flying myself. I'm going to have to do it in a couple of months when we fly out to the West Coast, but I'm not a big flight fan. Well, has that ever happened to you, Dunsel? I mean, yes, that would be worse. But this is, I've never seen this before with people that I know directly. Like literally flying up, getting over Florida, and then being like, nope, sorry, and then turning around and going all the way back to like, what? I did. Did I miss quite the convo? Paladin, Warlock, Nepo Baby. Furnishing. What is the casting called? Good gravy. Okay, I'm going to have to read all that later. Your first business flight there. Oh my God. Halfway? They didn't divert you anywhere else? They were just like, nope, sorry. Like, what the? Oh. Brutal. Brutal, brutal, brutal. You want to see a one shot of an adventuring crew who are Nepo babies of a crew of adventurers. Okay. Right. So the adventuring crew that is like the descendants of the great adventuring company of blah, blah, blah. Right. Longest flight I've ever been on is a good long flight, and that was down to Australia. That was a 21-hour flight. Because I was debating at the World Debate Championships down there. Australia, amazing. Flight, no, because I had to fly out to L.A. And then from L.A. I had to fly 21 hours. So it's 4.5 hours to L.A. and then 21 hours to Australia. Woof. Like that was I mean, admittedly, you're on a massive, like, ridiculous plane. Like, it's a 747, right? So, but I'm telling you right now, we were definitely not flying in first class. We're a bunch of, poor college students in economy, basically, right? And, like, woof. That was crazy. Oh, someone came in. Hold on. Okay. I was just informing my daughter was getting to bed a little later because she had taken care of my son and everything. So I was just informing little Arv of the circumstances. And she was just like, what? I'm like, yeah, that's how I feel, pretty much. Oh, my goodness. Oh, okay. So Dragon Spear is being caught up on stuff. Oh, it's an "Are we there" joke. Joke. Yeah. I was gonna say because Dragon Spear was there. That's cool. All right. Okay, so so that means, chat, what we got up, what I've got geared up for now is we're going to play another half hour of this. And then we will wrap for the evening. And I'm sorry this has been so discombobulated. But I, obviously had no idea that this was going to work this way. So I will be watching to make sure that the flight from Cancun back to San Salvador, that was the other thing too. When we talked to to our travel agent friend, we were like, well, does it make sense for her can she do anything else? Like, can she get a flight from someplace else from Cancun? You can't get a flight from Cancun right now because it is the end of spring break / Easter break. So the airlines are packed. So there is no flight out tomorrow from Cancun that is available. So, they are. So, and again, it's this airline's responsibility to get them home. Like, they're obligated to do that legally and otherwise. So they can't just like abandon them. But the point is like, anyway, bizarre. So the world of travel and capitalism in 2021. All right. And yes, more Chained Echoes tomorrow. The beginning will be an explanation of her story. Very cool. The world of tomorrow. Okay. Oh, you've done damage. Great, Dragon. Thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah, no, I know. She'll get home. I want to make sure she's okay. And that's, and again, she's fine, like safety wise. She has 20 other people that are with her. And they're all like, that's all fine. But it's just sort of like, geez. I know traveling is bad. I'm fully aware, but it has some value sometimes. So your Nepo baby crew, you have a rogue, a paladin, and Karen the barbarian. Outstanding. I cannot wait to see more details about this. All right, half hour left, chat. Let's make it a good one. So we do have a tie right now between draw our sword or cast Raz. Can we get traveling's bad? Okay. So can we get a vote, please? Either a vote or a change vote to do this. Can we please get a vote or a change vote so we can break this tie and figure out what we're doing with this Hydra? I would love to get to another tower or two today, and that'll give me less that I have to run through tomorrow whenever I'm able to do this next before our next stream. Might have a little more time than tomorrow, but the point is I want to make sure that I run through some of this and get more of this stuff done. So, okay. Going once, going twice. I keep doing that. That's not what I mean. I meant to do this. All right. It's time to draw our sword. It's time to draw your sword. All right. You draw your sword ready to engage the creature, but it comes no nearer. Okay. So now we could attack or cast a spell of the ones you mentioned that you see there, or walk around the creature. So there we go. That is amazing. They flew out of San Salvador, flew up to the panhandle of Florida, looped, did a 180, come back to Cancun, which is an hour away from San Salvador. I just amazing. Yeah, they flew up to wave at America. But this is the thing. They got up to the panhandle. It wasn't even like they just touched the southern tip of Florida. They went all the way up to the panhandle before they loop around. So they must have been in the air for like... So an hour to Cancun. They went at least that far. Up again to the panhandle. Another hour. So at least an hour. Turn around an hour back. So we're talking... So basically we're in the air for like 3.5 hours, and now they're going to loop. Now they're going to take another hour back. So she basically was in the air for like 4.5 hours, and that's not counting the flight from San Jose up to San Salvador. Like, just we said we'd take you to the U.S. We didn't say we'd land. We just told you that we were gonna, like, you can see America. All right. Sarah Palin could see Russia from her house. You can see, you know. Oh, God almighty. Yeah, exactly. It's a miracle and a modern nightmare. Unreal. Absolutely unreal. Also, that was unreal. That's not what I meant to do. I meant to do that. Okay. We're walking around the creature. Moving cautiously, you sidle around the creature, heading for the far door. The creature snaps at you but makes no move to approach. You reach the far door without incident. The burning bright tower is to the north. Okay. That was odd. So, I think we've been to this... Now, chat, maybe those of you who've been here from the beginning can help me out with this. Because we got through here. So we went... All right, our path was... We landed from the cell here. We went... Sorry, here. We went here. Then we went back here. We went through here. We went over... We went through here. We went back to here, up to here. Then back down to here, all the way down to here. Came up here. If it'll actually show... This is the way to see the path. Okay. So... That's it. So here we go. So Crystal Dome, outside the pit, Tower of Sleep, Burned Tower, Glass Dome, Burned Tower, Tower of Sleep again, Flying Bridge, Tower of Mirrors, Tower of Pebbles, outside the tall tower, Junction, Tower of Stillness, which is where we are now. So we have not yet been to that tower. Okay, so that's what I wanted to check. So we have not yet been then to this tower. And that's the last tower of this group I don't think we've been to, because I don't... Well, we may not have been here either, now that I think of it. Yeah, because we went all the way down this side. We haven't been over on this side. So, okay, so all of that is a very long-winded way of saying that $ vote space 1 means we go north to this purple tower. $ vote space 2 means we go back, and we're going to, at that point, go here, basically, to this. We would either go, I think, to the bright tower, which is over here, or we would go here. So, $ vote space 1 means we go here. $ vote space 2 means we go here, and then we pick between these two towers, I believe. Oh, so do I, VTech. It's Mike Schley. I've said many times, Mike Schley is the best map maker, I think, working today in this field. Zo and Peku, I believe is, I can't remember how to pronounce it. I subscribe to their Patreon. As I've said many times, they're amazing too. I would put them like right underneath him. But Mike Schley's stuff to me just has such great character and, again, liveliness and just spark that it's... And his stuff is great. And he does a bunch of stuff for Wizards and all over the place. His stuff is amazing. Just amazing. All right, I'm going to last call this. Our own flight path where we did... What's up, Wibble? Yes, I agree with you, Wibble. I'm sure that's what it was. It probably would cost them too much to get the landing rights to elsewhere. But, like, I'm like, what? Unreal. And yes, we did do our own flight path. I see what you're saying there, yeah. Ah, man, I gotta VTech. I don't know how, but still though, getting better and better. I love. Listen, I'm always looking for people who can make maps. I'm always a fan. So okay, so we are gonna go to the north. You move along the next walkway to the tower beyond. Clouds rumble as they roll across the dimming sky. Soon it will be dark once more. Powerful light spills from the doorway. Even from here, it is all but overwhelming. Your eyes begin to water and run. Okay, chat. $ vote space 1 means we keep going. $ vote space 2 means we turn back. This is the bright tower. So and if I'm reading this right, I think they've taken off appropriately from Cancun, I think. Maybe. The sun. Ha, now you're blind. Icarus style, Into the Sun. There's a great song by, I may have talked with Drew about this before, but there's a band called Acroma, which had a very, very brief period of time where they were on the cusp of breaking through. They had one album released by a major label, and the guy who was the engineer for it was the engineer for all of Tool's albums. And if you listen to it, you can hear why, because it sounds very much that way. That album is a good album, and that song that I'm thinking about is called The Sun Rises Down. And we happen to know one of the guys in the band. The thing fell apart later, and the singer got depressed, and there was all kinds of things that happened. But Acroma was the name of the band. And so this song, I was thinking about that with The Sun Rises Down. Good song, by the way. Good song. Okay. All right. It looks like we're going to keep going. You take another few steps forward. The skin on your face and hands is beginning to burn. And we just lost a stamina point. At least one. Same question, chat. Do we keep going or turn back? I remind you all that we can't rewind. We would be... yeah. Remember that, please. We're walking towards the sun, chat. Can I just be clear that if we die, we have to go all the way back to the Tower of Time again? Is that... Can I... Have I been clear about that? Yeah, but you know how Icarus is. Well, I have no idea myself. I have no idea because this isn't in the book. But when I see the skin on your face and hands begins to burn, I'm like, Let's call. Going once. We shouldn't fly too close to the sun. Exactly what VTAC said. Too soon, VTAC. Too soon. All right. You turn and all but run from the tower. Good gravy. Okay. The Hydra's still there waiting. We're going to walk around the creature again. Okay. So now we go here. That's all simple. You return to the path and follow it a short way. Okay, so now we have basically two options. Because we went... Let me make sure. We went... Okay, we went there, we went there, we went there, we went there, we went there. Came back. Okay, yeah. So we've been to... Right, so we've been to all these places. So, what we have left to do is, now, we can go south. So $sign... So, here, let me clear this and start this again. $sign vote space 1 means we'll go south to this tower. We have not been here yet. Or we'll go southeast. Sorry. South to this tower. That's $sign vote space 1. $sign vote space 2 means we'll go southeast to this tower. And we keep making our way downtown, so to speak. Imagine the rest of the towers are just the sun again. Making our way downtown. Faces pass. Past and I'm homebound. Boom-da-doom-da-doom. I feel like, is that just because that song is meme-worthy that everyone knows that song? It's not like Vanessa Carlton was that big a deal. But... da-da-da-da-da-da. And I need you, da-da-da-da-da-da, and I miss you, da-da-da-da-da-da. If I should fly to the sky. Last call, last call. Yes. But I've heard some other earworm songs that don't actually, like, make it commercially that well, to the same degree anyway. So like... Yeah, so we'll go for another 10 minutes, chat, and then we'll wrap up for today. And then, as I say, we either have 1 or 2 sessions left, and depending on how many, I will either... If we have 2 sessions left, then we will... I won't do anything else. We'll play as much as we can. And then before the final session... I will get us to within, from what I can tell, within like an hour or 2 of the finale, so to speak, of the final showdown, and then we'll do that so that we can have this game done and wrapped before Jedi Survivor, which comes out the 28th. Yeah, Lady Arv review. Oh, nice, Drew. Yeah, we should. She would be very entertaining. My wife can be very, very funny. Yeah, she could be very, very funny. So that would be fun. Maybe by that point, too, she'll be in a state to want to... She'll be like, yeah, now I can look back at this and laugh, as opposed to feeling sad about it. So, okay. Right. So, yeah, dark humor is right. Okay. Right. So, we're going south. Night has fallen. You should try to find a place to sleep, especially on an empty stomach. You cross the waters and push your way inside the next tower. The tower is barred with a solid wooden door. Okay, so we can knock on the door. We can open the door. We can cast one of the following spells. Oh, yeah? So that's open locks and doors. Requires 1 stamina. That's DOP. That might be very useful in this situation. Or we could cast Fall allows us to float in the air. Not sure what the point of that is here, but... Or... Cast Nif, which creates stench. I don't see the point of that, really. We don't have yellow powder, so we can't cast speed. Option to come in like the Kool-Aid man. The KOL. Oh, yeah! I would say still my favorite moment ever for in Family Guy is where Peter is on trial for having like allegedly, I think, defrauded someone like accidentally or something. And there's this one sequence where they're just like, these people are just like, where he's just like, and that's because you can't prove anything. You know, you can't do anything, Peter, and that's why, Mr. Griffin, you were, yeah, season 1, why, Mr. Griffin, this is going to happen to you. Oh, no, and then the Kool-Aid man, oh, yeah. Exactly. And then he just slowly backs out of the, oh, man. Too funny. Man, Family Guy had some great moments, and then it got kind of blah, but there was a time. Okay, dope, fall, Nif, how. I think that's it. Yes, the guitar. Yes. The guitar riff also makes that. That's true. Oh, yeah. Yeah. That's funny. There are a lot of good moments there. Okay, so, chat. Knock on the door. $sign vote space 1, knock on the door. Not $sign vote space 2 is open the door. 3 is cast dope. 4 is fall. 5 is Nif. 6 is how. 7 is turn back. Dope is open locks. That's 1 stamina, and that could work because the tower is barred. I don't even know if it's locked, but I mean it could. I don't know what the point of floating in the air is, but we could do that. Creating a stench, same thing. I don't know what the benefit of that is. We could cast how to find safe passage. I could see some benefit to that, or turn back. We need sleep. I need to sleep. Oh yeah. Well, we only got another. Like I say, Echo, we're closing up shop here about 7 minutes now, so. Oh, really? I didn't know that, Hillness. That's funny. All right, so get your votes in, chat, please. Get your votes in. Got knock on the door, open the door. Right now, 1 votes. Get your votes in to knock or open or cast spells or. Oh. Oh, I'm sorry to hear. Well, so yeah. So your mom was basically there to be as a companion and provide comfort. I'm sorry to hear that. That's too bad. But I'm glad that they were able to be together. That your mom and her sister were able to be together. All right, chat. Get your votes in. Oh, well then, yeah, same thing. Cast knock, a very underappreciated D&D spell. Oh. My wife is sad too because she figures she's worried about like that my son is going to be like oh, I was going to see Mom, and then she's not going to be there. And I explained to her that he's going to be completely fine. He has, 4 other people in this house, my mother-in-law, his sister, and me, or 3 other people in his house, who love him dearly. So he will be okay until she arrives. But I can understand that. Okay, knock on the door. You knock on the door. There is no reply, but you hear a faint roaring sound through wood. A faint roaring sound? That seems troubling, chat. I won't lie. I don't like the sound of that. All right, so do we open the door, cast dope, fall, niff, howl, or turn back? It's probably a baby manticore. Yeah, I'm sure it's fine. We defeated one of those in book 1. I mean, listen. Okay. We are unwise, but interesting. Open the door. Okay, last call. Going once. Going twice. No, baby manticores never have mama manticores. Okay. Oh, man. All right. The door is not locked, but it is heavy, as though a tremendous force was pulling it closed from the other side. You open it an inch, and then the door slams itself shut once more. This is freaky. All right, so do we open the door and slip through? Do we cast one of those spells mentioned, or do we turn back? You'll get there, VTech. One more time. Try that one more time. Oh, it worked. Voter worked. Interesting. Yeah, I didn't know that. Oh, man. Ah, my poor wife. Okay. Slide into those DMs. Last call. So voter works. Interesting. Going once. Going twice. All right. You open the door and slip through the gap, but as soon as you're inside the tower, a powerful crosswind grabs you, hurling you through the air. Hold on to my pack. The wind flings you across the space and out through the flapping door on the other side. As you fly through the space, you spy something in the center, but you are too busy falling this way and that to see what it is. Okay, so there's something in the center of it. The wind fades and you pick yourself to your feet. You step into the room and then recoil. The floor is crawling with bugs, or rather not crawling. The bugs are all standing in orderly rows. You look over the bugs. Small bugs, cockroaches and earwigs fill the gaps between larger bugs, things about the size of goats that otherwise look like lynch bugs. Beyond basic breathing and antenna twitching, none of the creatures are moving. They appear to be waiting for something. Okay, so we've got a tower of wind that we need to figure out how to counteract if we want to find stuff in the middle. And then we've got a bug tower. So, what should we do? Oh, man. Whee! Free ride is right. Go on and take a free ride. All right, so we can't cause strength because we don't have fire water. Bug general. Yeah, right. Quack, yeah. Create explosions. Okay, so we can cast pop. We could cause depression. We could create light. We could sense danger. Okay. Sap, sun, and sus. Protect ourselves from magic. Okay, and then create lightning. Or we could also rise above. We could hover. Which we've done a couple of times in the last couple of sessions already with this thing, actually. I think we did everything else, right? Right, we did. Okay. Or turn back. Okay. So go ahead. Once we get through this tower, chat, we will wrap. As soon as we're done with this tower, we'll just get to the other side, and then we will wrap up. And we'll need to think about. We're going to sleep in real life, and then next time during the next session, if we have two more sessions left, then we'll make sure that we get a chance to think about sleep at that time. So, $ vote space 1 is step forwards. 2 is we cast pop to create explosions. 3 is we cause depression, cost sap. 4 is sun, that creates light. 5 is sus, sense danger. 6 is mage, protect from magic. 7 is zap, create lightning. 8 is zen, hover in air. We could maybe hover over the bugs, I guess. Or 9 is turn back. Quack. We show our dominance as the bug life general we are. Bugs! Squires! Prepare for battle! The greatest scene ever from Excalibur. Now, my brother, I will be king. Gods, knights, squires. You think Ants is the superior movie over A Bug Life? I never was too wild about either of those movies, to be honest. Never super wild about it. Okay. Oh, we got a picture. Aw. Oh my goodness. This is what, okay. This is what my my wife has gotten our son. That's cute. Of course, I got him an emergency bear the other day because he had left one of his stuffed animals. So, but yeah, stuffed sloth. It's ATY. Yeah, it's a sloth. No, this is not a bear. This is a sloth. I got him a bear, but it's Trent Sparks. No, yeah, that's a sloth. All right, we're going to step forwards. You step forwards into the room, expecting the bugs to clear out from underneath your boot. They do not. You squash a dozen or so, while a few more wriggle uncomfortably as you shear their bodies in half. All right, do we take another step? Do we cast Pop? Sap, Sun, Sus, Maj, Zap, Zen, turn back. I mean, I guess Zen would mean we wouldn't be hurting all these bugs. If we cast Zen, we would like float over the top of them instead of just crushing them completely. Just saying. Really, Quack? Now you want to blow them? Oh, you want to you want to depress them? What's what I'm saying? We could float over the top of them. We just float over. Creating depression. I mean, like, they'd be depressed already because of what happened to them. All right, last call. I have 2 for take another step and 1 for cat. 3 for take another step. What's up, Wispy? Again, chat, this will be the last tower of the night. Once we get through, this will be done. For now. Once. And twice. All right. Taking another step into the room, you crush another boot's worth of insects. Looking back, you can see your progress marked out in negative space in the rank and file. Wow. All right. So, we can. Yeah, right. So there we go. We can cross the tower, chat, or we can cast one of those spells previously mentioned, or we can turn back. Now we raise the dead bugs into an undead bug army. Zombabug. Explosions. All right, you figure we're not doing enough damage to them, VTAC. You're like, you know what? We need to destroy them even more utterly. Is that biodiversity sphere be damned? Like let's roll. Do you want to change your vote? Yeah, you got to go. You just do a $ change vote, and then whatever you want to change it to. You were like, "Yep, screw these bugs." Blam, kaboom. All right, last call. Yeah, accidental fireball. Whoops. Sorry, bugs. Once, going twice. Zombug. Bugnado. All right, cross the tower. You swallow your courage and rising bile and march quickly across the room of bugs, only altering your path to avoid stepping on the largest ones that you cannot simply squash. When you reach the far side, you can see your tracks as clearly as if you had walked in snow. A few bugs are snacking on the ruined remains of their fellows. You hurry out of the tower. God. Okay. Well, that is a good spot, chat, because that means next time we'll be able to go either east or west. And then the only towers that we haven't been to, I don't think we've been to this tower here. And we haven't been to this tower. And so we basically have not been here, or any of these. So we're close to having those wrapped up. And then on this side, well, I guess we still had some. We went to like 4 or 5 of the towers over this way, but put a lot of emphasis on these towers. One suspects. Yes. We are officially done. I'm going to have us quit here. Lovely. And thank you for staying up with us, Echo, and sleep well. All right. So that is going to do it for tonight, chat. This was a little bit of an adventure because I didn't expect. I was also going to be dealing with my wife's flight at the same time as everything else. Let's see. Okay. So I will. I'm going to have my wife is coming tomorrow instead of today, so that that works out. But in any case, it was definitely not what I was planning, and I apologize that I was. It meant that for some of this, I was a little bit. I mean, I guess it was entertaining in a way to watch. To deal with this scenario, but it was also like not my plan for what I was going to do. But we managed to get through a fair bit anyway, and make some good progress. So that was good. If you like what you saw and heard today, please make sure to follow the channel. Okay, sorry. Flight. And let me know when you land. And what the decision was. Okay. So if you like what you saw and heard, please follow the channel. Please check out our YouTube at !arvtube, Discord at !arvcord. All right. Okay. Sounds good. Well, if not sleep well, sleep at all, Echo, at least get some sleep. Yeah, so please follow the channel. Check out the YouTube at !arvtube, Discord at !arvcord, Twitter with !arvtweets. Website with arvanelaron.com. Financially, !arv shop for my merchandise area. That's under construction. !arv Treon right there, which is my Patreon, which is really the financial backbone of the channel and makes a big difference to the channel. So please consider supporting there. And also consider supporting by subscribing to the channel, as a couple of you were nice enough to do today. That really does help the channel too. You get custom sub badges and emotes to use here, there, and everywhere across Twitch, plus inspirations to help our tabletop players. You also get those inspirations if you support at a high enough tier in the Patreon, and other stuff unique to the Patreon. So they're both good things. On the publishing side, Icarus for my graphic novel from Athos Arts, Library for my Tales and Tomes, and the Forbidden Library, my 5e adventure and sourcebook from Alligator Alley Entertainment, and Grayshade for my award-winning, either silver or gold medal, we don't know for sure yet, but one of those two, award-winning novel from Athos Arts. That came out last year. You can get that right now at that link. You can also pre-order the sequel to it called Renegade, coming out later this year, and the final book in the trilogy, Heretic, coming out next year. You can also get the tabletop role-playing game. You can pre-order the tabletop tabletop role-playing game being designed by Brandon O'Brien and being published by Alligator Alley Entertainment of Gray Shade, and the audiobook by Trent Sparks, which is coming out very soon, and you'll be able to pre-order that as well. So please consider doing all those things. Exclamation point BLM, Black Lives Matter, important to affirm and assert the significance and importance of Black lives. Exclamation point Help Now, the World Health Organization page on suicide prevention. Important to reach out to others when you need help and to reach out to others when they need help as well. And exclamation point Ukraine, UKRAINE, to help the fine people of Ukraine as they fight back against an illegal and illegitimate war with courage and bravery. We are not only supporting them in that fight in terms of the sort of trying to deal with the human cost, the devastation of that war, but also sending a message that we will do that with others as well. Last but certainly not least, as I mentioned earlier, and as VTech was kind enough to suggest that he would help out in this regard, the Klein, exclamation point Klein, this is where the Klein Memorial Auditorium, we are having our kickoff event for ARVCon 2023 this year. Again, hours and hours and hours and hours at ARVCon of tabletop role-play, concerts, special events, interviews, all to benefit the Damon Runyon Cancer Research Foundation. We raised over $7,000 last year. We've raised almost $30,000 overall, and we are looking to break that 30,000 number and to break our record from last year. And in that service of that event, the first opening event is this May 25th D&D event at the Klein. That will be happening at 6 p.m. Eastern on May 25th. $5 tickets will get you in the door. $5 tickets will also let you watch the online stream if you wish, but if you can be there in person, that would be amazing, and I would love to see you all there. Again, there are two sets of flyers here that I'm asking people to distribute if they are in the tri-state area, and so we've got that, and we've got that one, and I will send physical flyers, as I'm going to be doing for VTech sometime next week. I'm happy to send those to you, and if you're not in the tri-state area, I would be happy still to send you digital copies of these flyers, because you can still put them on Discord and other places where people hang out that like tabletop stuff, because that online thing means that anyone can technically go see this and be a part of it, and all of that is to benefit the Klein Memorial Auditorium, but mostly, of course, to benefit the Damon Runyon Cancer Research Foundation. So very excited about that, and hope that you folks will be willing to support us in that effort. That is going to do it for me. Oh yeah, I should, that's right. We talked a little bit about this. VTech, of course, is not the only one who is going to be in attendance at this event from people that I know directly in the Arvanaut community. So just saying, there's going to be more than that. And the players, of course, will be Carlos Hernandez, C.S.E. Cooney. We have, of course, the amazing Darkside Robert Austin James, and Zach Clay will be doing this along with a high school student. So well worth your time. And yeah, so I would love to see people there if people are able to make it. And any support people can give would be very much appreciated. Bring the family. It's family friendly and all that kind of stuff. It's PG, maybe PG-13. So if you have anyone in that ballpark, feel free to bring whoever you like. And thank you all for considering and supporting it. I will be back to you folks Tuesday for the Patreon Field Chat Chosen Game of the Month, which is Who Murdered Sonic the Hedgehog, as Chad has decreed. And then I'll be over on Twitch's, GOG.com's Twitch channel for my show Pen and Pixels, and for more D&D with GOG Ghosts of Saltmarsh. So that's going to be happening on Tuesday. Very excited about that. And then on Friday, I believe, I have more of, I think I have Sorcery coming up on Friday. Actually, you know what? Instead of guessing, let me actually see. On that Friday, I do have more Sorcery. Yes, I have Sorcery coming up there. And then I have D&D with Infinity and Beyond Eberron coming up. That's right, Eberron coming up on Saturday the 22nd. And then Tuesday is going to be very busy as well. So the following Tuesday. So we'll see. I may have to do one more. Again, if I don't do another session, then I may have to do this, because the 28th is when Jedi Survivor releases, and I really do want to get started on that pretty much that day if I can. So I'll think about it. Anyway, that's going to do it for me. I hope everyone enjoyed themselves. Thank you to my wonderful mods, Dragonspear, Drew, Hillness, of course, everyone who was here earlier. Thank you as well to my Patreon supporters and subscribers, Dragon, Drew, Hillness, Wispy Song, Mrs. Dunsel, VTAC versus the World. Thank you to my wonderful viewers, Axeman, Jag, and thank you also for subbing tonight, VTAC. Thank you to Axeman, to Jagtris, to Jason, to La Kaylee, to Mirai Chameleon, Stain Monkey, and Wibble NZ. Thank you, everybody, so much for being here, and good stuff. We are closing in on what's going to end up being the end of Sorcery 4 for us one way or the other, and then moving on to Jedi Survivor and a lot more tabletop stuff happening as well. So that's going to do it for me. Much love to all of you folks, and I will see you fine folks on Tuesday for more for Patreon fueled chat shows and game of the month. Who killed Sonic the Hedgehog? Who murdered Sonic the Hedgehog? In the meantime, please send thoughts and prayers and kind wishes and all that to my poor wife, who's winging her way back to El Salvador, and be picking her up tomorrow instead. So she'll get here in the end. But thanks everybody, much love, and I will see you folks soon. As always, be good to each other. Bye for now. Honk.